Okay. We are now live. We are live. Perhaps not on time, but if not on time, significantly more on time than any other day this. Oh no, fucking yesterday we got here like right on time. Yesterday we were about our business. What is up, Ontario? Hello, Troper. Let me begin grabbing the order. It probably won't do to post it in chat just yet, since like nobody's gonna be here. But Jesh, you are gonna be second. What's up, Silky Wilkie? But Jesh, you are gonna be second. I think I hear an echo. Bob, Bob, Bob. I think I hear an echo. How about now? Are we good now? Oh, okay. I Private Shorty, thank you for the Twitch follow. Can everybody let me know about the echo situation now? What I think was happening was I have my stream manager open in a different tab, and I forgot to mute that tab. So it was playing back my stream at like a very, very minimal delay. And then we also muted to unplug and replug the microphone. So to the commenter that asked, I did hear I saw a Reddit headline saying that the Tifa card had been leaked. We are not going to talk about it today. We're not going to talk about it on Total Drama Tuesday. As a general rule of thumb, I don't do leaks. I don't think there's any real benefit to it. I think the only thing that can come from it is potential brand harm, mainly because Wizards of the Coast is already shotgunning product down our throats at 100 miles a fucking hour. Like, we have no need to sort of go out and look ahead of the curve, because the curve of product normally coming at us is already overwhelming. So as a general rule, I don't fuck with leaks. If you want to mention that they exist, I'm not going to get you about it, but we're never going to discuss them in this stream, although I will discuss them as soon as they are either officially spoilered or officially put out into the wild. D-Man, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Why isn't Jesus streaming, RN? He says, despite Jesus streaming how to build a commander deck. Thank you, D-Man, for yes-anding the bit. Welcome to the stream. And DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Also doing leaks fucks over other creators who may have been chosen to reveal the stuff. That is very true. It is, I think that is more like, It is a factor in my decision making. That is more of, I don't want to be emotionally disrespectful to my peers. I think getting yeah, I won't get into it too deep, but like being able to reveal stuff for Wizards is awesome. It sucks to have that leaked. I think means very little in the like hard logistics of how your career is going, but it is shitty to do. And so I don't do it primarily because of the it's shitty and rude part. Jowsy, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Happy bunny and gaining weight because of chocolate day. I didn't get any Easter chocolate, and I really should have. Project, hit me with that rant request, my friend. All right, shoulda, you're here. I'll grab the order in just a second. We do, I'm going to hit the manual ad break and grab the order because we're about to get hit with the pre-roll demons. And then YouTube, let me set up the stream manager on y'all's end. Emperor, your deck gained $30 of value in a week. That's crazy. Maybe that's I mean, what kind of deck is it? Is it the one that you submitted today, or is it a different one? All right, hell yeah. Good Gamer, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. I did see Crab's email. You've seen a lot of Magic cards and custom cards. I've been trying to work on some custom cards for a game I really enjoy, but do you think there are some good guidelines for making a custom card and for making them balanced and etc.? I don't think I have any crazy kernels of wisdom for that, but what I do have is whenever you are making a custom card, you should always think about what is the best case scenario for this card and what is the worst case scenario for this card. If you're trying to make a card, particularly one that is trying to insert into a different game, you need to think about, are there situations where you play this card and it does absolutely nothing? Or are there times when I play this card and it wins the game on the spot? That doesn't necessarily disqualify your custom card from existing or being playable, but it's generally a good idea to have those guardrails in mind, because once you understand what's the worst that this card can do and what's the best that this card can do and why that's bad or good, that will lead you naturally to where you need to juice it up or where you need to put the brakes on. Whether it's like, this card is crazy combo food, but its stat line is horrible. Do I like that? Or would I like it to be less powerful as a combo piece and more able to just represent a board state? So that's what I would say, is first look to the weakest it can be, then look for the strongest it can be. Danny, we will do your custom card before we get into the first roast today, and then I'll turn off the others. Because you've been waiting a good long while. Let me make sure. Okay. Here's the order as it currently stands. We're going to go Crab, Jesh, Emperor, Lich, Shoulda, Dill, and then DMC. White Bread, let me open Discord and tell you if that card has gotten redeemed. No, Sante and Comatil we had not looked at. So let me... Alright. First, I'm going to find Danny's. Then we're going to do White Breads, and then we're going to get into the roasting. And the redeems are off, so nobody else can get any, because I hate everyone. Clearly. If Crab will be here late, yes, you can swap with Crab. We also have a random Smasher Pass from Dark Endoras. Thank you, Dark. All right. From Danny, we have Penitence March. X, white, black. Creatures get -X. X can't be less than 3. Opponents lose life equal to 2x the number of creatures left on the battlefield. Make an XX zombie cleric token with Exalted. Now let me get this straight. Grab's nearest heterosexual. Now where were we? I feel like Exalted is more of a flavor thing than anything else. Yeah, it's a book. It does look like a gun. It does look like the back skeleton has a Glock, has a little blicky on him, but I do think that's a book. I don't hate it. Um, I think it's probably fine actually. I just think that the exalted is turbo useless. Nah, if you've wiped a ton of tokens, makes sense it'd be fighting alone. See, that is again like narratively it makes sense, but if the point of this is that we're making a big guy anyway, being like, but also +1/+1, fucko. how about how about that? Like, I feel like this is Danny desperately trying to fuel a Rule Zero exalted deck and make that work. But again, I think thematically it's totally appropriate and cool. Thematically appropriate and cool. Mechanically, who cares about this little part? But mechanically, I do like the rest of it. I think it's a good trade-off of like, okay, I want a board wipe. If we gave -X to all creatures without Exalted, this is just like, then it's just too clearly biased in favor of Danny's homebrew Exalted deck. I mean, Emperor, that's how I am thinking about it, and I think that's good. I think it's like, I think it's good to have more. I think it's good to have more responses to a big scary board state other than I have to kill it. More things that are like, stop hitting yourself. Oh, I mean, Lich, that's just like a, I think that's just fucking templating school. That's correct, Project. You just can't cast it. This is like a 5 mana and above skill spell. Yeah, and I think that's cool. I like that we're punishing. I like that we have a way to punish the people that have a incredibly powerful board state without necessarily just like wiping that board away. Moogleman13, thank you for the prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. True, this does I would love to persecute the defender players even more. That's wonderful. That's all upside in my mind. Yeah, we just staple until end of turn on that -X. Who cares? And then let's pull up Whitebread's other card before we get into. So if Crab was meant to be first, I think that means DMC is going first now. Let me pull up the order on my end again. Yeah, so DMC will go first if they're swapping with Crab. Oh, that is true. This does just become we play defenders, and then yeah, as Troper's saying, you put it in your defender deck. Then I do think that this should be restructured to be their creatures. I think if we restructured this to be the number of like creatures you don't control left on the battlefield, then it would be better. Yeah, each opponent loses life equal to twice the number of creatures they control. I think that's fine. I think that is a good, even-handed King Solomon method of kicking everybody on the dick. Because I think it's already like very good as an instant speed board wipe that gets around indestructible. I don't think we need to make it be like, if I have 1,000,000 4/4s, I just kill everybody. Okay. So Whitebread's card. Zante and Comitil Stone Skulls. 5 mana Bant 5/6 with trample and haste. Whenever this creature attacks, clash with defending player. For anybody that doesn't know what that is, you both reveal the top card of your library, and whoever's card has the higher mana value wins the clash. If you win, you may draw a card, then exile a card from your hand with a victory counter on it. If you lose, the winner of the clash draws 2, or may draw 2. You may cast spells from exile with victory counters on them. Spells cast this way have Undaunted. So Undaunted is, we are starry-eyed. These are catch-up redeems from yesterday. Bro is really pulling out all the keywords that are gonna make their friends go into a fucking dictionary to figure this out. So for people that don't know, Undaunted is the spell gets cost reduced equal to the number of opponents you have. So this would be exile something from your hand. Effectively, for the rest of the game, it costs 3 less to cast. Which, I mean, as far as clash benefits go, like, we have Marvo, who just says, okay, 8 or less, play it. So as much as I don't want to help the Bant players with the tax fraud allegations, I feel like -3 on Clash Victory is a lot less bad than anything else. This feels kind of fair aside from the stats, TBH. I mean, welcome to Magic the Gathering post-2020. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. This is fine, but a bit too wordy for Bant players. They can't read. Yeah, I feel like this is for the blue player trying to play Bant, rather than for the dinosaur player trying to branch out. Brett, I think you kind of have. I like this. I like that you have to swing to get the benefit. I like that you have some space. I like that you have some space to try to do like top deck manipulation. I like that you can get maybe some exile synergies out of it. I enjoy this. Yeah, the average Bant player is fully illiterate. The average Bant player is just a Selesnya player who has heard that Rhystic Study is a really good card. Emperor, I'm sure your Gorion deck is different because of how deeply you go into the fucking sauce every time. When are we getting Mauled merch? I have no idea, to be honest. I don't have, like... I know that my producer has told me the scripted deck roasting stuff we do, that is going to have some, like, physical gameplay merch, but that's not really through me. It's through, like, his production company, and then I don't have... I don't really have any like fashion concepts that I want to bring into the world or like sayings I want to put a hoodie on. And so getting Merch Hound is going to take a long time if it ever does happen. And if it does happen, it would probably just be me like licensing my image to an artist I thought could do a good job with it, rather than me being like, all right, let's figure out what this merch is going to be. Zacharoni, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Yeah, you could do like Goon Squad. You could do like Yeah, we could do Stay Toxic. I could put the free bottom surgery image on a mug. I don't know if that's true. I don't know how well that would sell. Nah, I'm not sure about goon hoodies. I will let you all know, but it's something that I have like minimal to negative interest in. I mean, I think like so I think the thing about sayings you put on merch in general is it should be particularly funny to anybody that is inside the fan base, and it should at least like roll off the tongue well to anybody that isn't in the fan base. And I think C4 in my ass cheeks is not like, or like I'm shooting myself in the dick. I I don't know. I don't think that rolls off particularly well to anybody that doesn't already know what we're about. But can they get it would probably be the most like optimal phrase that we could use. Yeah, stay toxic too. Just a black t-shirt with huge block lettering that says smash or pass with an arrow pointing up. Not awkward at all. True, JJZ, that wouldn't be awkward, and that would not be instantly contrary to the rules we have said about doing smash or passes on actual human people. Yeah, Sauce God, I feel like that would be, if green players could read this, they'd be very mad. Boss, see above. Goon hoodies with the real definition of gooning on the back that looks like it comes from Webster's would be real funny. That might be, that's, okay, that's funny actually. Okay. I think I think we're going to end the vamping early today because the thought of doing the logistical labor to set up merch is making me sleepy, and I'd rather talk about your terrible, terrible deck. So today, we do have a theme. The theme of today is that every submitter has qualified their deck as silly. There are a few decks that have qualified themselves as silly, spooky, one of which is DMC, and the other of which had to reschedule. So we're starting with DMC, and it is all downhill from here. After we do DMC's deck, we are descending into the realm of every single deck being labeled silly. And even DMC's deck is labeled silly, spooky, which is, yeah, perfect for Zombie Jesus Day. So for those of you that haven't been to one of these before, my supporters send in a deck list, a power rating, and a primer. The power rating, we do not accept 1 through 10. It's wrong and bad. We accept silly, spooky, scary, which is a rating system originally developed by my friend Danny Phantom EXE as a measure of how ominous your deck's turns are to anybody who knows Magic the Gathering and is paying attention. Your primer's the most important part. It is a paragraph that tells me and tells the world how your deck plays. If it's a work in progress, it can be how you want the deck to play. I will work with you on figuring out how to bully your friends. But don't tell me you're just a chill guy and then bully your friends. I'm hearing from Jesh, we have a second spooky deck hitting the towers because we had to change what their submission was. And we're going to open with DMC's Silly Comma Spooky deck. Hey there, everyone. It's me, your favorite streamer, Abzan Cat. Oh, God. And we're back again with another Commander game. I've brought all my favorite mods to make sure the game goes my way, and we're going to do our best to go wide with explosive reanimations that only get crazier as the game goes on. Make sure to use code MUTATE for 100% off on all of your creatures entering the battlefield. Don't forget to ramp, mill, and sacrifice to keep that engine going. Gonna board wipe? That's crazy. It'll look like it didn't happen, though. Mods, delete that guy. This has to be explosive reanimation. This has to be fucking Nethroy bullshit. If we're doing silly Nethroy bullshit, I better see modular. Screen mauled? What? What do you mean screen mauled? Okay. Yep, it's fucking Nethroy. All right, we have the made up crab scale again. I don't give a fuck about what this is. Yeah, oh, it's modular. Okay, I'm with the vision. I'm with the vision. I'm with the vision. Mods, juice that guy. You're wrong. You're already wrong. Fuck, you're already wrong. But we can fix that later. Mods, put that thing in the pit. So this is our mill. So Buried Alive, Grave Troll, Grapple with Past, Grizzly Salvage, Head Shredder, Ripples of Undeath. Yep, there's 6. That's our fucking boy. Stargaze. Okay, that's a good mana dump. Underrealm Lich, very, very good card for this. How many Arcbounds do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That is not a lot. Okay. I'm still with the dream. That does make it very unlikely that we will see multiple Arcbounds in one game. Unless we are... Okay, so we have pseudo Arcbound on these other guys. Alright, we can still move counters around with a lot of these other guys. Got it. Mods, bring me a juice box. Assemble the players. I think that works feloniously well with mods, bring me a goon. Deadly Dispute, good way to turn them into card draw. Dire Sight seems fine. Stargaze seems fine. Mods, build me a ramp. Do we have... I mean, we don't have anything that's like sack a guy, get a forest, right? Other than White, who is a heater. Mods, end the stream. Creatures have Myriad. God, it's really funny to put Myriad on like the worst creatures ever. With the power. Because Myriad won't copy any of the like additional modular stuff we've put on them. So this is just like, mods, end the stream. Summon 2 additional 2/2s. With Sigarda's summons, 100% yes. Oh, no, DMC, I'm talking about like if we have an, I understand they'll enter with their modular counters. I'm talking about if we have an Arcbound hybrid stacked to like 10/10 and then we myriad them, we get 2 more 2/2s rather than like actually myriading the full stat line. Mods, enhance the goons. These 2 are actually fucking great. Holy shit. Goddamn Abzan becoming relevant again. Okay. Mods unban the chat. These are good. These are both pretty solid. Mods unban that guy. Okay. So I think all of these are fine. I love the vision of this. I think we have previously seen a modular Nethroy deck, and the main problem with it is, like, even within the bounds of silly, it can really struggle to get lethal combat damage onto the board. So let me go to the goldfish and see how it does. But I don't think any of our, like, none of our categories and none of our individual cards in the categories are, like, totally wrong. I'm going to investigate and see if I think there are any, like, upgrades we can do, but I don't think we've done anything that is like, hey, Ellie, what the fuck is happening here? Other than the premise. But I love the premise, so it's staying. So we get Star Pupil. This is our first counter. We get Aftermath Analyst. This is our first good card. Stitchers would have... So we mill Wrath... Ellie, is there a reason you didn't tell me that God hates you when you built this deck? Thank you for the 100 bits. I couldn't find a way to include Confessor. And that's why this stream's on Easter. The little miracles. So we do Aftermath Analyst. We mill all of the best fucking cards in our deck. And then... So we can drop this guy. He's modular 1, which sucks on turn 3. Matt, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. So playing a 1/1 on turn 3 is not my favorite thing ever. However, we're going to save it by playing Abzan Falconer, who will make this a 1/1 with flying. I will be very generous and say that this gets us to... We have a free swing turn 4, silly game. We get to swing this. So we get to put a counter on it. Next turn, thank fuck, we're going to get to draw some cards. We surveil 2. I think we put both of these guys into the graveyard because they're both reanimatable by Nethroy. Draw 2. And that spends all our mana for the turn. All right, so now we have Ripples of Undeath, which is like the best card, I think, in the deck. Golgari Grave Troll is probably the best card to have in the grave, but this is probably the single best card we can resolve. Guy Dudesworth, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. So if we go Ba, and then... I'm just going to play... Yeah, I'm going to do this. Hold on. I think I'm cooking. Give me a moment. So next turn we mill 3. Do I need any of these back? I'm going to take Draneth Runes back because I need the land. Windswept Heath would probably be better, but fuck you, this is a cool non-basic. Yeah, and now we play this. So turn 7, we have land dropped our way into Nethroy Can Exist. Rather than play Nethroy, because I'm a little shithead, I'm going to play Ashnod's Altar. I'm going to sacrifice Arcbound Hybrid, putting 2 additional counters onto this little asshole. We'll say he has, like, probably 2 more, because I've been forgetting to swing him. I'm also going to sacrifice Star Pupil to put another counter onto this guy. Then I will mutate, which is any non-human. I'll mutate onto Aftermath Analyst, this guy. And now it's time to modulate them. So we can get all these motherfuckers back. Excellent. So I now have access to Stitcher's Supplier, Underrealm Lich, and then I have a million fucking flying tramplers. I have a board full of flamplers. Do they have very many counters? No, but that doesn't matter because they're mine and I like them. I'm also gonna mill 3 for Underrealm Lich. God damn it! We've tapped out, I think, almost all these lands. We have like 1 available. And then... oh no. Oh no. So that's... I'll put the ETB counter on this thing. 2 mana. Oh, I'm not going to be... okay, I'm not going to be color fixed. That's why this isn't fucked up. I was about to be like, can I just... do I just form a recycling loop of sacking all my modulars? But I think we can't unless we do like Phyrexian Altar too. And that's... honestly, that's based of you, DMC. That's the only thing keeping you back from the chair. So let me begin tracking counters on these guys. So he's at 3, he's at 1, he's at 0. And now we have big flyer, we have mill 3 on upkeep. I'll take the swamp back. Well, will I take the swamp back? I'll take the better land back because I'm chill like that. And then if I would draw a card, I get to look at 3. I will put 6 into my hand. Crazy. And then I will untap. So we can go land. So the thing is, every time we have pips for it, because I like 6 and he's cool, and he'll let me keep replaying stuff out of my graveyard. I also think that all the stuff that happened in upkeep is actually unimportant. Do I have 2 sets of 3 pips? I do. So since I have 2 sets of 3 pips, I'm pretty sure what I can do is I Ashnod's all these motherfuckers to float a bunch of colorless mana, which will move 6 counters onto this guy. So I float 8 colorless. I float 10 colorless. This mutate cost is a total of 9 right now. Maintaining 4 colorless in my pool, I will put Nethroy onto this thing. So we additionally get that out. We also get this guy out now. We also get this guy out now. And then that's all of them. So we have a flampling 14/14. Yeah, mutate does not dodge commander attacks. So this is all, so we do not have like, we just loop infinitely. Like we will, if we don't have critical mass, this thing isn't doable, but we do get Aftermath Analyst to re-ETB, which will put 3 more into the grave. Beautiful and fucked up. I will... so this ETB is with 2. This ETB is with 1. And that ETB is with 3. So on ETB, we'll get this guy up to 15. And this guy is also interchangeable with literally any of our modular creatures. And then we float 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. We float 12 additional colorless, moving 3, 6, 8, 9 additional counters onto this guy. And then we sack Nethroy. This will mill 3 additional things. And then Nethroy just comes out onto Aftermath Analyst again. All these assholes come back, but now we also get Stitcher's Supplier, Kami of Whispered Hopes. We don't get Treacherous Greed. We get Iron Apprentice. And then I think that's the end of it. But we get all of these ETBs. And then we can do it again. And this guy will be like, or we can't re-Nethroy again. But we get more ETB triggers and we can sacrifice more stuff to get the Arcbound Slith. Oh, and now we get an extra counter every time we place a counter. So that's actually like... We called this deck silly. This has, for all the game actions we had to take, this has been one of the cleanest routes to a lethal swing that we've seen. This is actually like pretty good. I think the one for sure recommendation I would have is we gotta have some motherfuckers where we can replace things like Mortify with bodies, which I believe would be quite valuable to us. I don't know, like there is definitely some back and forth there with like, oh, well, how useful is instant speed? I believe the deck has Milliken, Hidemi-chan. I think the deck would love and actively loves Milliken. But what I am seeing is that we have a, like, I don't know if I'll say well-oiled, but we have a moderately lubricated machine that is designed to make one pretty big Arcbound creature. We have a couple ways to give that Arcbound creature some form of evasion or some way of getting in for damage. We ended up with basically like 0 ways to deal with anything else because we ended up milling our interaction, and our interaction is all non-permanent. So like 6 can't get it back for us. Nethroy can't get it back for us. And I don't think we need to make like every single thing in this deck. Like, hey, sometimes instant speed interaction, pretty fucking good. But I think a couple options where this is a creature I can recur with Nethroy and will answer people on board would go a very, very long way into making it feel more deterministic versus like, I think deck struggles a lot into a silly haha angel player, which is really what I'm worried about. Emperor Trumdlove Drollmine wants to know, by the way, how come YouTube chat is never saved in the VODs left up on YouTube? Trumdlove, that's going to be because YouTube hates you. I have no idea why their live streaming system is so like actively against viewer engagement or like enshrining viewer engagement. But they don't give you motherfuckers channel points. My VODs don't have them on screen because of Twitch TOS, but YouTube doesn't save them because I don't know. They hate you, bro. That's it. They hate you. So yeah, Corny has hit the nail on the head. Corny's hit the nail on the head with like... All right, guys. Nobody said anything. With this motherfucker, I think if we're going for like functional on my bullshit, Lawbringer is at minimum. This is a creature who can act as Mortify. Matt, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home for the 3rd month in a row. Like acidic slime or colossal sky turtle. Not colossal sky turtle. Colossal sky turtle is useful in the opposite way, where they are a creature that has other things they can do on top of it. But if we recur this guy, nothing matters. We want stuff where when it enters the battlefield, when it enters the battlefield or when it is present, when it aura farms, we want something to happen. Cyborg, thank you for the 7th month in a row with that Prime sub. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Yeah, let me check your considering list. Another round for the pod on me. God, this deck is actually bad enough that this might be awesome. That's the thing. I think we might need to go like a little bit heavier into mill. I think a lot of times this would end up dead on field if we did not have like a mesmeric orb in play. But this deck legitimately may be slow enough that we'd be like, hell yeah, 2 creatures back. Let's juice that guy, enhance the goons. Give that guy channel points. That is actually pretty cute. Ooh, you know, I quite like Felithar here. I quite like Felithar in a deck like this. Mods, unban the chat. Living Death's not the worst. Yeah, I mean, I think we broadly forgot interaction existed. We were in our fucking bag. And we, for the most part, forgot that interacting with others was a thing. And that is okay. I do think Dusk and Dawn is clever. You did a relatively good job of looking for interaction that would be asymmetric for you. However, I don't think our guy juicing is right now connected to the streamer, which is what we want it to be. And so the good callouts we saw were like Insidious Fungus. This is great because it's so multifaceted. If nothing else, it is just like a little bit of potential ramp. There's also Shriek Maw, great evoke cost, phenomenal power to still be, because we had room to spare on a lot of these Nethroy reanimations, and so like I'm really coming around to believe that your interaction in Sillier tables can afford to either be thematic or can afford to be totally asymmetrical. So when I'm saying that, I mean like I actually don't believe in Path to Exile as much at the silly haha tables as I believe in things that are either like Shriek Maw or Council's Judgment. Like, I think stuff that can hit multiple things is really, really undervalued in lower power tables because we don't need incredible mana efficiency. We're playing bad Magic. We're all playing like splashy, goofy, haha stuff. Our removal does not have to be like, I held up 1 mana and at instant speed on your end step, I bit your ankles. Our removal can also be incredibly splashy. Ravenous Chupacabra over Shriek Maw. I don't know about that. Never mind, I do know about that. I thought this was the like ghost one that did -X, and I was like, that's a little non-deterministic. But yes, this is just well, so here's the thing. Here's my, I think honestly, you probably would be happy running both. If I was being totally real with you, you would be happy running both. Cost less is deeply untrue. in every functional situation, this is more expensive because if you cast Shriekmaw, if you ever cast Shriekmaw for anything but its evoke cost, I am going to come to your commander table and spray you with water. Like the whole point of this guy being dope for you is you cast it for evoke, you pay 2 mana, and then next turn you play Nethroy and you bring it back. Like if this guy is ever not in the graveyard, he can go fuck himself. We don't want him for 5 mana. This is fucking blank. This is like uncastable as far as we're concerned. DMC, I would eliminate the one-off spell-based removal. I think spell-based removal like Garruk's Uprising, or like Damn, I would legitimately recommend you put in Council's Judgment as like a mod's joke. Mods judge that guy. That's 1-to-1. We keep the bit. But I think if you are using non-permanent based removal, prioritize getting rid of many things, or at least more than one thing. So good ETB removal creatures. If you perhaps have an affection for shoving C4 up your own asshole, this would not work. But green is like really, really good at this type of, hey, what if I just swept this motherfucker up right now? The ones that would probably work for your deck are like Rex Sage. It's really, but I think the only reason I don't like Bane of Progress is that we can't leave you even one. If we could leave you one fucking modular guy to put all these counters on, this would be the funniest shit in the world. But because it gets rid of just everything, it just undoes all our counters. We have Rayhan and the white guy that adds the counters anyway. Right, but then, but we didn't see that motherfucker. Like, we had... Like, then it just becomes, if I don't have those cards... If we don't have Rayhan or Reluctant Role Model on field, then this is, like, horrific for us. Like, the floor of this card is deeply, deeply painful to us. You can try running this if you really want to run the Knife's Edge, but this is the definition of smuggling the C4 in your own ass cheeks. It could work, right? It could work, and it will be hilarious if it works. I think the most common outcome is your butthole explodes. It's the self-butthole explosion. Now, if you were like, oh, I'll also put in, like, Diabolic Tutor, I'll also put in, like, Eladamri's Call and other... If you put in a more robust tutor package to get either of these two, then Bane of Progress goes in yesterday, and then it's the funniest shit that's ever happened. This guy is like less specifically good. I mean, that's what Buried Alive is for, LMAO, but like we're talking about concentration. Right? Rather than can this thing happen? This thing can absolutely happen because we have I think we have more than one actually, but we have at least one graveyard tutor. What I'm telling you is I think the deck gets through cards. I don't think deck get through card enough that I would trust that Buried Alive is going to come up every time. Not in Ellie's asshole, it's not. All you people talking about C4 being stable. Oh yeah, let's talk about other good cards. Let's talk about other good and usable cards. Thank you, Lyzon, for bringing us home. So Lore Another Third Path, good low power option. Also really good for politicking. This is a deck where we were like skating pretty close on card draw for a couple turns there, and limiting it to one target opponent. This is a really good way to get somebody to be like, hey, don't fuck with me for 2 turns. Yeah, versus, so what the fuck was this card? Terastodon perfectly hits, hey, we want to destroy multiple things even if it's inefficient. However, the 9 power basically disqualifies it from this deck because it makes it a horrible reanimation target. I was legit considering Vengeant Vampire. Yeah, I think this one's a little too silly. Because we also, like, we have to judge on reanimation targets, and also, how sad are we if we have to hardcast this? We could, Dispatch would be cute for a different reason. I think it's probably cuter to just run the creature removal to begin with. Necron Death Squad. Why we got motherfuckers lying to me about card names? Ah, Flash, ETB, destroy a creature in mill 3. This is not terrible. However, I think between Shriekmaw and Chupacabra, I think we're relatively okay. And this is both like, it's bad on mana and it's bad on reanimation power. I think it's like just, if it was 4 mana, 4 power, I would be like, hell yeah, and we get to mill 3, fucking dope. But because it's either cast for 5 or we have to spend 5 of our reanimation budget on it, I'm like, I'm on the bubble about it. What about Woodfall Primus? Oh no. No. It's not the worst, but it's like a lot of our reanimation budget, a lot of our mana budget. We could Massacre Girl. That would be kind of, that would be a little bit catty. I think the rules consideration to consider with Massacre Girl is if we board wipe ourselves, when the trigger for the next board wipe goes off, do we get to place the modular counter before that board wipe has to resolve? If we do, I think that's actually pretty fucking cute. I think that's actually pretty goddamn adorable. Mevo, I'm going to tentatively disqualify Rottenmouth Viper. I think the card's too good, and I think we'll take the spotlight away from this dumbass modular stuff. So what I'm thinking of is if we have a board of modular creatures and we like kill one, do we get to move its 1/1 counter before the next -1/-1 thing goes off? My understanding is that we would, because the triggers would happen at the same time because they're a death trigger, because it's also a when the creature dies. So we reorder it, and then we can choose, hey, this is the modular guy I want to keep. And the rest just keep going down. And this is like 4 power budget for reanimation target and 5 mana for board wipe. I think you could maybe replace Dam with this. We have a lot of things that would survive the initial 1/1. There's a lot of like modular 2, modular 3. In this deck, I'm legitimately more worried that we won't have a 1/1 to kill. But I kind of like Massacre Girl being another layer of like, hey, how do we get as much interaction as possible on these fucking creatures? Agent of Erebos. This seems I think shutting down other graveyard players if we're operating in the silly zone is unnecessary. I think what's better is to just have more like bigger, scarier stuff. I think like a core concept in silly is that you generally don't try to lock people out. You just try to like go over the top of them. And I think if you souped this up with the additional removal, it would become less necessary. Keyboard and mouse, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Hi, Society Hunter. That's pretty strong. I'm worried that we're going to begin cramming in like too many 5 mana effects under the vain hope that they're all just going to be reanimated, although this is very strong card draw engine for what this deck's trying to do. Mojo Man, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Undercity Eliminator. Oh yeah, this is great. This is great. Mutate target. We love sacrifice triggers. We love exiling rather than kill removal. I think this checks all of our boxes. The only thing I'm worried about is like at this point not turbo fucking our curve. And then I would kind of for like the veggies of this deck, this might be a moment where Sky Shroud Claim does you a lot of good. I don't know if there's other like better creature options specifically for this, but I do think getting 6 lands into play is actually like turns on a lot of these larger turns that you want to take. Should we include Host of the Hereafter? Yeah, I think so. I think there were a number of times during that playtest where if anybody just hit the fucking last modular standing with a Mortify, we curl up and die. We just curl up and fucking die. I think Steve would also be good ramp. I think Steve is honestly like Solemn God, Solemn. That's how you know we're in silly is we're like, ooh, Solemn Simulacrum. Tasty, tasty. But I think Sakura Tribe Elder and Steve are both decent ramp options, at least to replace like We Want a Shrubbery is fine. I don't think this forest coming in untapped is like that. Like it's very you're doing extremely normal things with it versus if we ever get one of these reanimation loops going, Steve and what's his fuck do a lot more. You use it to find the surveil lands most often. That's a fair point to get through the deck just like a tiny bit faster. But I think if you wanted to hold on. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back Karlov style. How many modular 3s do we have? How many? I'm aware of what Steve is short for. keyboard. Thank you, though. So 1 hit, 2 hit, red hit, blue hit, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, possibly 15, 16, 17, 18. I think if you replace a little bit of this interaction with mostly things like Lauren, where it's power 2 or less, and we pay attention to Snarling Gorehound's text, I think Snarling Gorehound just like instantly becomes better than whatever else we're doing. What about Stalwart Successor? This was in the maybe board. I don't think so. I don't feel as good about this guy. I would feel good about this guy if I thought we built like an okay board quickly. We don't. We did a surprisingly good job of eventually looping up to a lethal swing, but we had like very few good attacks before it was all coming together. So I don't believe in this. And I don't believe in this because it's good only if we cast it. Most, like 90% of our card advantage in this deck was mill into Recur to Field, which would turn this into straight up just a 3/3. Yeah, very few things were coming onto the board by way of our hand. So I don't believe in any of these. And we'll call that 3 strikes and gone. I love this deck. I think it's pretty good. I think consider the couple options I've given you. I think the most important thing to change is reorient some of this removal to being on bodies rather than being on like instants and sorceries. But for the most part, yes, it worked good. Yes. I mean, tuned mechanic. The mechanic is horrible, but I love it. Terrible bad mechanic, but you've made it work pretty well. I think that's totally appropriate for silly. I think in spooky, spooky would probably require a little more of like good card syndrome just to keep up on total card advantage, but I think we've hit a pretty good balance of almost everything is thematic, either in terms of flavor or having the same like mechanical relevancy. So good job, DMC. I like this. Thank you for the submission. We're going to move on to Jesh's deck, but we have to hit a manual ad break because the pre-roll demons are back. Yes, I do think it's spooky emotionally. I think this deck can and should scare the hoes. We'll be right back. Okay, gang, we are back. So next up, we have Jesh. Jesh, are you here and ready? Jesh, are you okay with delaying your roast spot 1 minute because Emperor Trubinlov Drolmai says they're going to hit a scheduling restriction sooner than they thought? DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. I'm glad you're pleased. Next time I'll submit my legitimately good Pia deck. I will probably use what you submitted as a shell for my own Nethroy deck. I'll probably make a few little changes. Okay. Emperor Jesh has agreed to this armistice, so we will do your deck next, and then we will move on to Jesh. So we have Emperor Tromodlov Drolmai's silly deck, which is I have rebuilt this deck, removing 40 cards related to Caribou shenanigans, focusing Grandpa solely on being mono-white gates. For those of you that didn't see this deck the first time around, this was a mono-white deck with non-bow Grandpa that used Wilfred Mott to try to achieve both Maze's End and a card called Caribou Range, which makes 0/1 Caribous for 2 mana. Oh, no, email. Oh, we changed this one too? Hold on. Ah, never mind. Sorry, guys. We're not hanging out with Grandpa. We're doing Deadpool combo. Content warning's fucking perfect for that. Content warning's fucking perfect for that. DMC, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Welcome to Dog Heaven as we proceed into Dog Hell. Okay, Deadpool forces you to draw cards. I specifically wanted to avoid Oops All Deadpool, so this deck is built around exchanging his text with my own shit, getting their ETBs again, and then forcing my opponents to draw cards. Ideally, I would get infinite mana with like a 6-card combo, cast Deadpool a bunch, not switch his text box, sack him to his own effect, and repeat. About 11,000 mana is enough to cast Deadpool, sack him 100 times from the command zone, and account for commander tax if he's only been cast once. Motherfucker did the math on the worst equation I've ever seen. If allowed, I'll play it. Every thingamajig, sack a land, gain 2, sack a creature, Ashnod's Altar, 2 mana, discard a card, search your library for a card that shares a complete word in its name with the name of the discarded card. This is, nah, you show me this, I know you're up to heinous shit. Replaces every thingamajig if people say it's not allowed. Okay, reasonable. Infinite combo pieces. Put dead thing on top to draw. Sack outlets. So we have Ashnod's Altar, we have Viscera Seer. Alternate win, kill people with a loop rather than force draw. Alright, card draw. That's correct. I mean, we need just like an endless shitload of card draw if we're going to get to these combat pieces. I said Deadpool would be annoying because people would play him as a haha funny card without a plan. I did not account for people playing Deadpool with terrible plans. Yeah, the thing is, like, this is a Deadpool plan. This is an in-character Deadpool plan for how he would play himself in Commander, and it fucking sucks. Recursion. Okay. Yeah, shitloads of tutors. Good on you for including quote-unquote fair tutors. Infinite combo pieces, card draw on death. Mana generation on a death. Mana generation on entry. So the way... Put dead thing back in hand, combining top and draw. So the way this has to work, right, is we have to like, so let's say it's Priest of Gix, is we have to have all the pieces in play to Priest of Gix enters the battlefield. We float 3 black. Deadpool enters the battlefield, exchanging his text box with Priest of Gix. We've spent 7 mana at this point, but we float 3 additional black mana because you steal the ETB. So we have 6 black mana floating. Priest of Gix has the sacrifice text. We can spend 3 mana to get to put him back on top of the deck and draw him. And if we sack him with something that generates mana, then that by itself is an infinite mana loop. And then we can do that infinitely to explode everybody. Okay. Literally my only question is whether or not we should just make this scary. It has so many pieces that it may not be appropriate for that, but I think this might be one of the like, oh yeah, let's double check if we can steal ETBs. Because if it's as he enters, I feel like, yeah, it does. Yeah, it's like clone triggers. It's like a cloning card. So yes, you can. Autostopista, thank you for trying. You're not stopping this deck. This deck exists, and it's going to continue existing. So what I tend to dislike about decks like this is when we have a very clear assignment. We have Combo Town USA. The things that often make me mad about Combo Town USA is if we fail to participate in Magic the Gathering until Combo Town USA is here. For you, Emperor, I will mulligan this 6 land hand. Okay, so we have a Land Seeker. We have... Oh, God. That's quite... We're going to go down to 6. I think this one can participate in Magic the Gathering. Maybe. Probably bottom Mausoleum Turnkey right now. So our first 2 turns are we just go boom, boom, we ramp. We have 4 mana, so we can, I guess, ramp more and play Ruined Servitor. We don't have any way to get Black Devotion, which is causing me some problems. We have Killing Wave, so we can at least participate. We can participate in the function by calling the police. Or we could just like, okay, I play Deadpool, whatever the most relevant creature is, I take that. I don't really know what that would be, but it also gets our Black Devotion up 1, and we've done something. Now we can Zulaport. We have definitely scared the hose at this point, but we can also Grim Servant, because we are now at the point where we can get Priest of Gix. I don't know if that's the best tutor target, but I know that that's one of the pieces. We probably sack Commander Sphere at this point just to draw. Play this guy. Okay, we have a mana producer on death, so I think all we need now is we need a way to freely sacrifice, and we need a way to put stuff back on top. Thank you, baby.
Do you want cream cheese toast?
I do. I won't eat it right now, but thank you. Okay, we're 6 turns into a spooky table. Thank you for stopping by, Garrett. I hope you're well. This is the worst idea I've ever seen in my life. I kind of think... Oh, search Ashnods. Sack Deadpool. Retrigger search. Okay. So then we end up with Ashnods and we can get Priest of Gix. So if we get Ashnods and we get Priest of Gix and we haven't drawn that guy yet, we win here, right? Because no, we don't have a way to put back on top. We have almost every piece, but we don't have a way to put stuff back on top, so if it goes to the grave, it just fucking stays there. Keyboard and Mouse, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I don't know why the fuck you haven't been here either. This reminds me of my Abdel deck where we're going through a lot of hoops to get somewhere very normal. Well, yeah, we're going through a lot of hoops for infinite mana, and it's cute because we're getting infinite mana in a way that is made possible only by Deadpool, but I wonder if this is not like... I wonder if this is not one of those like snail-esque combo videos. Like, I feel like we may just have to strap Drolmai into a chair and force him to watch this with his eyes peeled open. Because I think the combo's funny. That said, at present moment, we are losing to the modular Nethroy deck. I realize Deadpool himself is not necessary for infinite mana, but the thing is, that's like also a point against you. Because if we just want to go infinite mana in Rakdos, it being a Deadpool deck is just like one of many outlet. Like, that just makes Deadpool becomes minorly functionally different than Sorry. I realize Deadpool is not strictly necessary, but Deadpool being not strictly necessary to me makes this like, this is Torment of Hailfire, but I think Deadpool looks cooler than Nicol Bolas, which is very acceptable in a workhorse deck. And so now my brain is thinking about it from the perspective of how does this do as a workhorse deck, and it is quite bad in my estimation, because like our board state up until present, it seems to do a lot of none of this stuff really matters until it can loop. Once it loops, you are fucked. Until it loops, these are a collection of some of the Magic cards of all time. This is like the League of Ordinary Dudes. And that's what I'm worried about from a workhorse deck perspective. So we could like Harvester of Souls, and we could sack this guy, get to draw 2 cards. That's pretty dope. If you force your opponents to draw their whole deck, wouldn't you just draw them into an answer to your own bullshit? I mean, that's part of what makes this, is downgrading this from scary to spooky, is in the course of doing this, yes, if your opponents have the mana and an instant speed answer that will stop the combo, they do get to blow up your penis. That is on purpose, and that is another thing that I'm taking into account when I'm like, what does the mouth feel? No, it resets, J Dizzy. As soon as Deadpool leaves the battlefield, the text swapping thing stops on Deadpool. Doesn't stop on the thing you swapped it with, as long as that's still on the field. But once it's no longer on the battlefield, object is reset. Bianca Rack, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. And so, it's the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. So it's definitely cute. But it's kind of like it seems like a particularly cute breed of pug that definitely can't breathe on its own. Well, right. Once you have infinite mana, the only meaningful ways to stop it are to fully end the turn. True. But again, like this is quite bad Magic we're playing. Like a draft deck could have beaten us at this point. And so how, I mean, like Grave Purge, the important part of Grave Purge is draw a card. This is kind of, it's giving me echoes of that one deck we saw that was like, we're doing first Doctor combo, and the only things that were important in that deck were Semblance Anvil, Displacer Kitten, and it was like one other thing. And they put in like a ton of other flicker to make the theme First Doctor flicker, but it was very, very apparent that only like 4 cards in the deck actually mattered, and the rest of the deck was just like sitting in the corner cackling wildly. And there is assuredly like some way that we go like, oh, ha 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 ha, I search my is I I'm allowed, if I'm allowed to tutor for like a 3rd and 4th time, I can fetch the final 2 pieces of this combo, and then at long last I will win the game on the spot. Yeah, and like Final Parting gets it done too, but this feels like a deck that is forcing itself to be fair at gunpoint, and I think its play pattern exists better the less fair it is. Personally. Like I think Nothic isn't a vampiric tutor purely out of spite, or maybe because like at a table that would accept those tutors, they're more able to just like shut off the combo spigot in the first place. But overall, I think this deck exists better as art than it does as a commander deck. Like if we just, so we Blood Crypt, who cares about the life we're losing? We have 4 mana right now. Going 3 for 3 doesn't really matter yet. Whatever. Hindsight's 2020. We used Terramorphic Expanse to get Razor Trap Gorge on the previous turn. And now with 5 mana, we get Final Parting. So we get like Ashnods into our hand, right? Because we need the sack. And then we have Cadaver Imp to get a draw thing back so we can get the like Grim Haruspex part of the combo into the yard, and we don't care because we will use Cadaver Imp to get it back. All the while we laugh very, very loudly and talk about how the tri-state area is finally going to learn to respect us. Then we can Cadaver Imp, get this guy back, play this guy. This thing's been gone away. Next turn. Okay, so we have more recursion. I mean, we can like Nothic and then sack Nothic to get mana and to roll a d20. See if we get to draw some cards. Roll to 2. Fuck yeah. Draw one, lose one. We have Foot Bottom Feast, but we don't have any creature tutors yet. And then the turn after, we probably go like, okay, Deadpool, swap with Cadaver Imp to get us Nothic comes back to hand. We also would have had an extra card off Grim Haruspex. So we spent 4. We use Nothic's new 3-mana ability to draw us another card. We get a second one from Grim Haruspex. We're tapped out now. I've probably just been 1 land. Okay, now we have another piece of the combo, but it costs black mana, which we don't have a good way to float. I think the Zulaport and Blood Artist, I believe, are interchangeable. So now we have another thing. This almost certainly has to get played. We have this, and we have this guy. So let me see what we're missing at this point. So ETB, we float 3. Sack Deadpool. We actually wouldn't have the mana to cast Deadpool at that point, because we've played him once before, so we cost 6 right now, and we have access to 5. He swapped with anything. Yeah, he swapped with Nothic before. Priest with Haunted and Ashnaughts. Oh, true. Yeah, so we don't even use Deadpool. We just get infinite black mana. And then with infinite black mana, infinite Nothics, I draw my entire deck and put any number of creatures. Yeah. So I get infinite mana. I draw my deck with infinite Noth. I gotta tell you, man, this feels like babysitting a 4-year-old who's trying to kill himself. This, like, the combo works. The combo works. I can't imagine a situation where this is how, and this may just be down to personal differences, because we've had other, I can't remember the viewer's name at this point, but there was another person who really liked building decks like these. And I think, Emperor, a really important question for you is, do you like playing poker? Do you enjoy like poker nights? Because I think that has been so far the core heuristic that determines whether or not you enjoy decks like this. Because I also don't play Balatro, and this to me looks like a Balatro playthrough more than it does a Commander game. But I'm also playing Commander. When I play Commander, I'm playing Commander primarily to socialize with my friends. And there's a ton of things this deck manages to do. One of the things it doesn't do is really leave any openings for like meaningful socializing. Because you spend the whole game being like, yeah, it's going to take a really long time, but if I get to do this, win happens on the spot. I feel like you're the... I like playing poker. I don't often because I gamble too much money when I do. That is the keystone in place then. I think that is like... Because this... God, this approach to playing the game is just so like so alien to my mind. I'm not going to say you're wrong. I am going to say you're a bastard, because you know you're a bastard. This is a shithead combo for sure. But the broad approach of I want to assemble dipshit Exodia is just never one that I have fundamentally understood. I cannot stand it when I play a card that just like straight up doesn't do anything. And I love it desperately when I play a card that does like very little but does a lot more in the context of my greater deck. But ooh. So when I built the deck, I kept it under $100. I think this does better existing as a stronger deck. Like I think 8 turns in one goldfish you had access to a board wipe. In the other goldfish you had no option to do anything about anybody other than cast Deadpool about them. And I think it would benefit greatly from speeding up to be more solidly and spooky, because the play pattern is for sure spooky. It is a play pattern I don't understand. I kind of feel like a paleontologist looking at like mosaics about human sacrifice, studying this deck. But I do think to cement it more deeply and spooky, you want this combo to be like ready to pop around like turn 6, which it's like right about there. It's not totally off that. But I do think this would just be preferable as a play pattern if we were more about our business from the very beginning versus playing a lot of stuff that is like good lord. Yeah, like half of this deck escaped from the bulk box. So I would recommend you upgrade it, and I would recommend you put it in bracket 4 jail where it belongs. Rita Repulsa rising out of my bulk box. Yeah, this is like we're summoning Cthulhu, but the summoning circle is built out of like torn up draft chaff. Like we sourced all of the items for the demonic summoning from the trash can outside an LGS during a pre-release weekend. Because you know what I can identify with? The positive emotion I can identify with on this deck is if I came to you playing a deck I thought was strong, and then I lost to this, I would be so fucking mad in a way that I deserve to be. I don't know if that makes enough sense, so I'll try to put it another way. I would be seething, coping, and malding if I was like, yeah, here's my like tuned Henzi deck. It's good as fuck. Let's crash out. And then you did this in my face. I would be going home double fist clenched, just like I can't believe I lost to that stupid fucking. That deck's not good. Bro got lucky. The motherfucker got lucky, okay? I'm gonna play him next week. It's not gonna be on top. I'm gonna bust his ass. Like, that is the, I think, best emotional outcome. Because I have a number of decks that, like, probably could play against this in terms of, like, just raw effectiveness. But if I brought any of those decks into a room and played against this deck, I would feel emotionally robbed. I would be like, what the fuck? I came to play like goofy hammer time nonsense, and fucking Trombadlob told me to go fuck myself after jerking off in the corner for 8 hours. And so I think this is like the emotional play pattern of a deck that deserves to be better, and you should go be the sleep paralysis demon of other high power players. And then you just bring in shit like deflecting swat, imps mischief, untimed. Like you bring in good interaction to make it so that, because most of these goldfishings are, if somebody kicks sand in the baby's face, you die. I don't think we could have kept that hand under any circumstances. Like, we have to play really, really tight. And if other people play tight, we probably get blown out. I think it would be more enjoyable and more... I think it would be much more enjoyable if our play pattern was a little bit more resilient in the way of being able to respond if somebody tried to shoot any of our 18 million Jenga pieces. I don't think Deadpool as a card engenders fun play patterns, TBH. I half agree with you. I only agree with you in the context of I don't think he engenders fun play patterns amongst people who think the point of Commander is to trigger your commander as many times as possible. King Cattle, thank you for the $5 super chat. Instead of an egg hunt, Mauled is hunting cards for decks. Correct. Although for this Deadpool deck, we are definitely hunting an electric chair for Trum with Love. But thank you very much for the submission. I will say Greedy Spiteful. I think that the greed is coming from, we kept it sub $100. I think we were paying like, you were trying to play fair the only way you know how. Yeah, refresh. Okay, you swapped in everything. I will refresh and try it this way. I tutor for the right thing. whatever the fuck that is. I will say, like, right now, Priest of Gix or something, but if that's not the card, I demonic tutor for the correct thing. Peak does tap because I said it does, keyboard and mouse. Turn 3, I fucking wait. Turn 4, this will enter the battlefield untapped because I fucking said it does. I will kick this to draw a card. Turn 5, I will play a Rakdos Cluestone because my heart is empty, and I will read the bones. Scry 2. Hey, look at fucking that. We're gonna draw both of those sons of bitches. I will Ashnods and Bogardon. So now the only thing we're missing is a repeatable way to put Priest of Gix to the top, right? And that, or will we have infinite like color, infinite any color we want between Gix and Stadium Vendor? There we go. There's Hunted Crossroads. Wham, 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 wham. Wham, 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 wham. Wham, 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 wham. It's turn 8 again. I think that's better, but I still think it's operating in like this weird twilight zone of it's too slow for really, really good decks, and it ends the game in a way that I think a lot of like goofier decks will find anticlimactic. But that is, I will say, as in all things, this is overcomable by you as a pilot if you're really good at playing the role of archenemy. That's kind of a critical factor here. If you're very good at being like, hey, from turn 1, you need to be playing a creature and swinging at me because I am the clock. I am like a countdown timer to when the table is going to explode. And you need to interact with me. You need to prevent me from... You don't even have to tell them like the specific cards, but if you just tell them like, I'm going to be looping infinite mana by putting stuff on top of my deck from my graveyard and drawing it, and you need to shoot out any of the pieces you see, then I think that can work, but I think that's the closest way to bridge it. So I'm going to stand on Greedy Spiteful, although I do think the upgrades you've put in are good. I would consider Lively Dirge. Breaking up on YouTube. Twitch chat, is my audio breaking up for y'all, or am I only breaking up on the YouTube stream? I don't know if that's a... No. Okay. I think YouTube just hates you guys. Why Spiteful and not Soap Opera? Because this is the kind of like... It's operating mechanically. Like the... None of the stuff about this combo or about this deck is operating on a like narrative level. The deck is operating on a level of, I am pushing this text box to the absolute fucking limits. And I'm a little bastard man. I do agree with the calls of Chthonian Nightmare. I would recommend Lively Dirge. This seems like another meaningful tutor for you. I feel like a lot of the things we were working with in terms of other creature-based tutors, other mana producers, like anything we can do to make the deck more reliable, I think is better, because it allows you to play it against better and better decks. And that's where I think it has a really good time. I think you are like... I think you do really well as an anarchist at a high power table, rather than... Or you're either a time bomb at a casual table, or you are an anarchist at the high power table. And so I like Lively Dirge for Spree. I would at least recommend like a little teensy tiny bit more of interaction, so that if you do go high power anarchist, you have more tools with which to do it. Yeah, like tag got as soon... Brother, the light must have left your eyes when you tagged in Tumor Exarch as removal. Okay, dope. Yeah. I think the spells you put in, 100% you know the direction that this deck has to go to improve. And I don't even hate it as a combo. I like it enough to want it to be better. So thank you very much for submitting. You are definitely going in Greedy Spiteful, although I do wish you the best. I mean, removal from... Okay, nope, now we got to hate on you. Removal from hand is still removal. That is true. However, and I'm going to put this the way somebody in my Discord put it, because I really liked how it rolled off the tongue. Doing hand removal is spending your actual resources to fight somebody else's ideas. It is not spending resources to fight what the other players are actually doing. It is spending your resources to hate on what they are thinking about doing and have not yet committed very many resources to. In the specific situation of like, you see them tutor to hand and you plop this down in response, that's probably the ceiling. Notably, I think most of the people you would want to play this deck against are going to be operating at a level where they also have recursion. And so it does count as removal, but I think your removal section being this anemic should also tell you something about the deck. If it's like, oh, I get to have one board wipe, and I get to have one piece of hand hate, and that's the only stuff I can deal with over the course of a commander game, that takes a ton of your agency away, because removal is still agency. We may not like playing removal as much as we like playing, like, executing the full combo, but if we don't, but when we build a deck that can't shut down anybody else, what we're saying to ourselves is, I'm going to bet the entire play pattern on this game, the entire play pattern of this game, on me being luckier than you. If you get to play enough Magic that you can bet like that, more power to you. Personally, I do not. And so it very much colors my opinions in terms of, I want every game of Magic I play to feel like I at least got to fight. Whether or not I was going to win that game, or whether or not I could have won that game, kind of independent on being like, did I have a decision that mattered over the course of that game? And for the most part, I think the decisions matter the decisions only matter if you don't know the optimal lines. Like, you were walking me through a lot of the combo lines. My decisions on the tutoring only mattered because I was making objectively wrong decisions. And I think once you know the flowchart of how this deck plays, it just becomes like other person simulator. And so, independent of Entomber Exarch, yeah, I do think the deck would be better as, like, geared up totally so that you can be more active. But anyway, you're definitely greedy, spiteful. I do kind of like this. I do kind of hope that it can exist as, like, a truly high power list, because that is Deadpool-y. That is very Deadpool-y to come into the high power tables and be like, hey, what if you all fucked yourselves? Should I keep the 3 life drain death effects then, or replace those with removal? I kind of think you have to keep them if you want this to be playable at high power. Because if you want it to be playable at high power, it will not always be possible for you to deck other people, because eventually you'll get to the point... Oh no, because they can only do it with time stops. Yeah, I think you could try it. Try it, see if it feels better or worse. All right, next, we're going to have Jesh. We're going to hit a slightly shorter ad break. We will answer Coffee and Math's question on the other side of this ad break. Yes, or mana short. Blue asks my opinion and then does whatever it wants, and my decision is ultimately meaningless. That is desperately untrue. Blue, like... that is only true if you play either the most telegraphed Magic ever, or if you are playing a really inefficient deck into a highly efficient deck. We can get you in the next 45 minutes. Stacks blue. So do you mean like CEDH Urza, or do you mean like people that run a lot of counter spells? Because people that run a lot of counter spells, control shit. What kind of decks do you play? Gorbash, we're not gonna... Stacks and control are close enough that we can... Ah, yes. Yes, good. Oh. I mean, yeah, so like the thing about playing into blue is if every turn is going to be, I want to tap all of my mana to play a very threatening thing, you are very susceptible to counterplay, and you deserve to be. That's kind of like you're doing the tactical equivalent of charging out onto the battlefield with you in the lead, your pants down, cheeks spread, prepared to shit on my dinner table as soon as you reach me. Like, yeah, I'm going to fire the mortars at you, dog. I'm going to fire the mortars at you. Like because what gets around a lot of decks like that is literally just the ability to play moderately threatening things. Blue players collectively we have about half as many counterspells as you think we do. That is a good general rule. If you think we have a counterspell, there's a 50-50 chance we do not. And yeah, if you just like run straight into them over and over, a lot of times counterspells are like the only meaningful way to interact with a lot of these like big splashy plays, because people go for like crazy valuable ETB effects, or things that after the counterspell, things where like if we removed the creature it wouldn't solve the problem. I did break for a second because I'm just trying to like because there's what I said earlier about the lower power you play, the less you're trying to like ankle grab people, and the more we're trying to do big splashy things. But that's still different from never interrupting anybody, because if we never interrupt each other, period, then like straight up just play war. We're at that point, we are just playing war with different arts on the cards. It's like instead of a 10 of diamonds, it's a fucking ravenous dreadmaw or whatever. And so that's why I was recommending that like the removal be bigger and splashier and deal with more things, so that it doesn't become like so that it doesn't have to be, oh, I pass every turn holding up 3 mana to like instantly stop whatever you were going to do. But if we just don't, I'm trying to imagine doing a boxing match where we just like never hit each other, and you spent 10 minutes winding up one punch, and you mutually agreed not to block it, and just see what happens. Like it's a funny image. It is a funny image. And when I have played those games of Commander, which I've played many of those games of Commander, it just feels like, why didn't we flip the top 10 cards and just go like, oh, you did have cooler cards than me. Shit. Damn. Because there are some things that are like, it's when I feel like I'm yeah. So you understand interaction. It's when I feel like I'm locked out of the game that I walk away disappointed. Well, it's kind of like, if those games are happening occasionally, yes, that's very frustrating. Sometimes the table just picks you and is like, I hate you. If my commander gets shot 3 times in a row, I'm salty. You are playing the wrong commander for that. I will tell flat out, this commander deserves to be shot at instant or sorcery speed every single time they resolve. This thing is fucked up. This thing is fucked up and evil. If we are talking about other commanders too, like, yes, I get you, but like if if my commander gets shot 3 times in a row, that should be a normal night. That should be a normal fucking day for you. You should be fucking kissing the earth on your hands and knees, grateful if this thing gets killed at sorcery speed. God damn. Like you should be you should be praising God, who is not real and whose son is dead and in the ground. You should be praising him that you are able to get 1 fucking end step trigger out of this bitch. Anyway, we got to do Jesh's deck, who has also emailed a new deck in. So let me go back and find this. All right, this one's also spooky before we move into the silliness for the day. Primer. Use the commander to recur random stuff from the bin and say random bullshit go. Deck primarily plays in the second main phase once it has the engine going. Eventually, we try to close out the game through combat damage, but this has not yet been proven as it's only been played in 1 game. Budget's not a concern. We will be proxying based. Deck is aiming to go around bracket 3. This was going to be a 300 card Dan style deck, but Maldhound said to go fuck yourself. We have Tersa Light Shatter. I've actually never seen this before. So on ETB, discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. On attack, if there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard, exile a card at random. You may play that card this turn. Okay, so we're not cheating mana, and we're in mono red, which means we are fucked from the get-go. We have extra combats, we have better attacks, so we're going kind of like, not even kind of, we're going full Voltron. Wop Sword's good. Valley. Brother Bear. Valley Rally. We have Zariel. Okay, so we have a ton of things that are dedicated towards making our attacks better. They're not equal though. We have a correct number of lands. We have an incorrect amount of interaction, but okay. Extra combats, we have a couple of these. That makes sense. This is only a 3/3, which kind of sucks. Oh, and we exile and we only get it once. So card touching. Okay, dump our hand into our graveyard. Yeah, our graveyards are. Oh well, no, that sucks too, because we're exiling at random, so we want a small graveyard. Oh, this card hates itself. Brother. I mean, sure, we're mono red. It's card advantage. Okay, so we can discard a card to draw a card. Okay, we have Monument to Endurance. We're gonna we're praying so hard at the altar of Jessica's will right now. We're like, please God, will floating red mana save me? So we have a million things dedicated towards discarding cards. I kind of think this is a mistake. Not even kind of. I think this is a mistake. I'm only kind of on what flavor of mistake this is. Testing has this deck either cranked or doing nothing at all. Can you, while I do my goldfish, can you elaborate on what cranked looks like? Because the only cranked I can imagine is you twisting off your own nipples. We can, no, I'll keep this for cycling. So turn 1, turn 2, we do. No, thank you for the 5-bit cheer, my friend. Welcome to the doghouse. Tons of mana and a lot of stuff to do mainly. Okay. Turn 3. We play Tersa. We can discard 2. I'm going to discard Pit of Offerings, and I'm going to discard Lizard Blades. Oh no, it's 7 or more. I'm going to discard this other fucking mountain. I'm going to play this. I'm going to cycle this to draw, and I'm going to play Inti. I'm going to attack, discard, fuck it, discard the Lizard Blades, exile the top, cry in the fucking corner. Oh, true, we'd Inti then cycle to add a counter, and we exile another thing. Goldspan fucking dies, fuck us. Wow, that's bad. Wow. Wow, Sparring Collar. I mean, she'd look good with it. I think that's all we can give her. Turn 5. We FOMO. Fuck this thing. I mean, so Ontario, I agree a 3/3 needs the help. I think this is the wrong type of help. I think I think First Strike is just not the relevant stuff we want to put on her. Like, we would rather give her Indestructible. We would rather give her big stats. Like, Inti is providing meaningful help. But giving a 3/3 First Strike is just like, okay, cards you would have traded with, you now beat. But if anybody has a 4/4, I fucking explode. We can Faithless Looting. We're just going to dump anything we faithlessly loot, though. And I think we exile 2. We can blow some... Okay, so now we have Tersa Light Shatter Moment. So we can attack. Fuck it, we'll dump this guy. Our hand's empty. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit, dude? So now she's a 6/6, which is much more important than any fucking First Strike keyword we can give her. We get to roll a D9. All right, 5. So we're going 5D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Motherfucker! I play the fucking collar, man. I play the fucking collar, fine. We attack. I discard Ren's Resolve. I exile the top. Okay, Seize the Day is tight. Seize the Day is tight. And now she's a 7/7. We roll a D9 again. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, we get to faithlessly loot. So much mana, so much stuff to do, except I'm fucking discarding both of these. Main phase 2. I don't even think I would have casted that because I would have preferred to keep Seize the Day. Now this collar fucking taunts me. This collar fucking taunts me. Whew. Can mono red delve at all? This is the only thing I can think of to save this. I know it can't. I know I'm going to do this 0. 1 card. Playable. Playable. More playable than that fucking dog collar, bro. Flashback. Yeah, flashback is more likely to be true. And... because, like, really... but flashback is kind of less useful to us because what we want is the harmonize. Yeah, Tarkir might save you. So I think you're kind of a liar. I think the best thing this deck can do is achieve a relatively normal Voltron game plan. If you go like Tursa Light Shatter into Commander's Plate and you have Inti on the field, I fully believe that that kind of rips because you just have like a big strong creature who's getting bigger and has protection and trample. The big angry condom charge is an undefeated strategy. Like Gauntlet of Might, that fucking rips. Like you have a few things that are really, really good. And if the point is we are going to get more access to stuff that is in our graveyard, but we're not going to get to mana cheat it, probably the best thing we can do for card advantage is then like Wheel of Fortune. Because our hand was straight up fucking empty. And so if we're going to get back anything that we put into the graveyard, we may as well just like discard cards for advantage and then refill with wheel stuff. Okay, wheel is in here. Where is great. So we have Wheel of Fortune. Do we have all the other wheels? Because like Reckless Impulse, don't like. Not okay, we have Reforge the Soul. I am not a fan of how much impulse draw we are trying to do when we don't really seem to have any way to like capitalize on that impulse draw. And this is not the fucking curve of a deck that wants to be impulse drawing. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer, my friend. Retrace might be good for us to have. Decaying Time Loop, Reality Scramble, Throes of Chaos, maybe. Moose Man, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome to the dog home. Been binging the VODs lately, much love. Your short on Grist the Hunger Tide inspired me to make my new LGS feared bug deck for over a year now. Thank you, Moose. I'm very sorry that I did that to your friends, but I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Flaming Tyrannosaurus could be good for the exile casting, and that may be how we tie the deck together. More of a like Exile Storm, not even Exile Storm game plan, but like Exile Value game plan. So multi-class Baldric. What is this? This is Orc Wizard. What are we getting out of the fucking multi-class shirt? It's just flying. No. I do kind of like extra combats. I'm thinking about whether we do Prosper or whether there's any other like graveyard relevant thing we could do. Because we're really dry on value for this commander. Like probably the only other thing I can think of is if we do like cloning her to give us card advantage, and even that gets boofed pretty quickly because we're cloning a legendary and we don't want to dedicate all this time to something that will then not stay on board. We have Party Thrasher. I would believe in Threshold more if the Threshold cards didn't suck. Yeah, these are all crazy ass. Yeah, there's Delayed Blast Fireball, which does improve if we're casting from exile. God, we're doing mono red Delirium. How desperate can one man get when he Scryfall searches mono red Delirium? 2-mana Cascade, very whatever. If we do a Prosper style game plan, the Delirium on Fear of Burning Alive can become relevant. Not great, not great. Oh, wow, a 2-2 with Double Strike. Watch out, gang. A 4-2 with Menace. Everybody watch the fuck out. The Delirium's not bad, but unfortunately the rest of the card is dog ass. Roller Crusher Rides Delirium is not awful. Okay. So here, let's see what Harmonizes as well. What's up, Luxanu? We are trying to save what might be God's worst mono red deck. Quite bad. Quite fucking bad. Lyzon, we're talking about Prosper like in intent, not the same power level. Yes, it turns out if you add black to any other commander, it will make them better. No, because we're not on Cast from Exile yet, DMC. So that's why Wild Magic Sorcerer I don't think is in yet, because this was like, how do we make Tursa attack good such that deck can continue to do anything. DMC, I am begging you to understand the semantics of what I'm saying when I say that the deck is not currently focused on exile synergies. Mechanically we are doing it. The deck as a whole was not playing this as how do I benefit from exile casting. That's what I mean. So, wowza, this is bad. I do think it's our only hope. I do think it is our only hope to care more about. But then we have to be very, very stringent about how we organize the deck. I kind of almost want to put mill pieces because I think we're wasting a lot of slots on being able to discard. Or like how hard we're trying to be able to discard. But we don't have any card positive discarding, which makes it fucking awful, man. Okay. So I have to stop looking at this list because it's going to it's hurting my brain too much. I think this is a dream that deserves to die, Ontario. I think the commander can exist, but I do think we got to go like fully on the commander is just one of many ways that I am casting from exile, and I'm going to get all my value out of casting from exile. So I would keep so the things that I would keep from your attacking stuff is anything that gives you evasion or indestructibility, and I would actually move away from things that are giving you damage. If you're trying to navigate this deck politically at a table, you can get away with being like, hey, look, it's a sexy 3/3. Let her touch you. As long as people are never worried that you're going to win with commander damage. And so if you're keeping things like, Dolmen Gate, even Commander's Plate is like a little bit spooky. Even though it's super good, because you have protection from everything but red, you get a 6/6, and so people are going to be looking at you like, dog, that's a Voltron threat. And we want people to be extremely confident that this is not a Voltron threat because we can't make her good enough to lean into that. And so, like, flying, double strike, fuck all that noise. We want... This is the type of shit that I'm on. Ward 2, unblockable. That is functionally, like, hex-proof. I'm chilling. This here is my exile reuser. And from there, I think we could build a more... So you do Brotherhood Regalia, and you do Brotherhood Regalia byproducts, which are like the Silver Shroud costume. I believe Whisper Silk Cloak is also going to do this. You could even do like Trailblazer Boots to do non-basic land hate. Why'd we name so many fucking cards this, guys? Trailblazer Boots. You probably do like Mithril Coat. It depends on the table, Alec. At a table where you have Ward 2 on something that doesn't otherwise seem threatening, that is hexproof. Ward 2 on something that's obviously going to win the game, no longer hexproof. Yeah, it is, as Tarndrian saying, Ward 2 on a 3/3 that maybe lets me recast Ren's Resolve, that's hexproof. If you say, I have Ward 2 on my like 4/4 double striker, that shit is not hexproof. That shit is not hexproof. But if it's, I have Ward 2 on my 3/3 who I think has that shit on, indestructible, hexproof, unexilable. And then I would cut just like all this shit that is like, how do I make her fight better? And I would replace it with, we could do like Roller Coaster Ride and Fear of Burning Alive because we're going to be getting some direct damage synergies, but then it is the typical Flaming T-Rex. Get this man, get my man in here. Unstable Amulet, Empress of Mars. Yeah, Memory Worm, Keeper of Secrets. Impending Flux would even be good too. And then I think you also want to, depending on how good you want the deck to be, you can also go the like Burgy direction and then just try to chain a bunch of exile spells together. Or you can go the, well, not or. You're going to have Dance with Calamity in any version of the deck. But then you want everything to be like pretty low cost because we don't want to be putting ourselves into situations where we don't have the mana to cast anything that we then that we exiled. So Paradox in red, even fewer cards. Because they only did Paradox for like the Who set, but they had like the Unstable Amulet stuff. And then I would Dance with Calamity. But the broad stroke is Tursa has been failed out of karate school. And then you can do the other... What's on Wild Magic Sorcerer? So I think like Cast from Exile too. And then you can do the other, like the red half of the Prosper package, where you get Wild Magic Sorcerer. You can also do Nalfeshni. I don't know if Nalfeshni being great or not great for you is going to depend a lot more on if you end up doing stormy stuff. If you're not doing stormy stuff, I think having to sacrifice a lot of your permanents is gonna fucking blow ass. Also, Lelia, this is who becomes your like onboard threat. This is who is going to eat all of your removal for you, and she's going to be growing a fuckload. But you do like red exile gaming, and you have Tursa be this like kind of innocuous value engine in the command zone, and then you bring all your threats out around Tursa. And you can even keep the extra combats to put a little bit of your own personal riz on it. But I think we have Tursa, low threat value engine, who we make indestructible. Later in the game, we bring out something that's going to convert her into a lot of damage, and then we make those indestructible, and they beat everyone to death, and we go home happy. But this bitch has no hands. 0 hands. Does not have the myths up. Guard is low. Sword sheathed. I thought we had the room that did this. If we don't have the room, yes, we want Charred Foyer. Yeah, Charred Foyer is good. Definitely like on the sillier end than the spookier end. What about the mono red Grenzo? Yeah, this would be a silly little guy, particularly if we lean into like indestructible and unblockable attackers. I think this would bring some dopamine, some much needed dopamine to this otherwise very, very sad experience. Thank you, Senwolf. I appreciate the follow. Happy Easter to you as well. God, what a hopeful interaction section. What a hopeful interaction section. I think the Capenna Urabrask, maybe. What's going to happen is we're going to run out of slots very quickly for your exile engines, because what we don't want to have happen is like, in a deck like this, you don't actually want to go, I exile the top 5 cards of my library. Oh shit, I have 3 lands. I can cast one of these. All of them are good. And so we want a number of cards that are going to repeatably exile the top for us. We don't want to just go like crazy deep and include every single one of them. Mainly because the deck as it stands is not powerful enough to convert that into a win. If we were building a like really, really focused and strong like Lelia Voltron deck, doing that is like, if I exile the top 7 of my deck, I'm just going to win the game. For you, if you exile the top 7 of your deck, you are going to cry about 6 cards and then resolve Zariel. Less good. Dragosaur would be hot. I think Dragosaur goes in the updated version of the deck because he's an exile engine that is going to give us value even if we whiff. Plarg and Nasari is definitely on the funnier end. I love them, but funnier. And like, again, notably, almost everything we've turned up for this is like fucking 4 to 7 mana. We can only include so many of these. But that is the direction I would take it in. And then I would have things like Flaming Tyrannosaurus, Empress of Mars, those 6 Paradox cards being your key to victory. And then I would also... Faithless Looting is not the worst thing ever. Dog, we are so lost in the sauce. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Monument to Endurance is in the deck already. So yeah, right now I struggle to even call this a mechanic, but I guess it's your commander. This is chaotic commander text box at its best. We looked at a commander and we just had a like, wow, they're so cool, they're so pretty. How the fuck do I make them playable? And you just started handing them swords. And I can empathize with that, but I will not allow it. So I would immediately just go for like mono red prosper behavior and try to little bean. Like I think you can, without a hint of deception, you are a tiny, tiny bean. You are a 3/3 who might provide value one day. Okay, that's all you are. You are a 3/3 with a fucking dream. You're not trying to Voltron anybody. You're not trying to combo anybody. God damn, you are not trying to hoof anybody in the cooter. You are just here, okay? Putting your mithril cope onto your commander. Troper, thank you for the 50-bit cheer. Man, I don't understand why people would ever use ChatGPT. I can also feed you misinformation when you ask, and I'm way prettier. True! That is the like, God. Antari, now that we've placed you on the Matrix, my soul is free to vamp, as per my deal with the genie. It is crazy to me how many people act as though ChatGPT has a fact checker built in. It's just slamming words together. Like when I say sentences to be funny, that's how ChatGPT is answering your deeply serious questions. It doesn't know. It just knows what words are like plausible to put next. It doesn't know if they make sense. It doesn't know if they're right. All it takes is like one other person being wrong on the internet and ChatGPT looking at it for ChatGPT to go, oh yeah, that's in my data set. I'll say that next. Do you think other people are right on the internet? How often? Why are you betting anything on that? I had someone tell me they were going to build the greatest Magic the Gathering deck ever by just asking ChatGPT what to put in it, and I laughed at them. Dizzy, what I hate about that is I think if you're somebody who would believe that ChatGPT could build you the greatest commander deck ever, you're probably so dumb that any commander deck you built is infinitely worse than ChatGPT. And so it becomes a circular argument where they're like, but ChatGPT did build me a great deck, because the decks they normally build are just steaming piles of trash. And ChatGPT is at least referencing like EDH rec. ChatGPT was trained on my Edgar Markov list, and I demand royalties. Thank you, Alec. I will be watching out for it. The guy who said that is a millionaire business consultant who is a member of my extended family. So an idiot. Good. Listen. I have run my own startup. I have met a lot of venture capitalist people. I have met a lot of business consulting people. I have met a lot of people who are in the world of like finance and the broad world of like white collar, probably crime, based on some of the things they told me. They are, without a doubt, the stupidest people in the world who have a very, very tunneled in skill set to be highly competent at one thing, which is robbing other people. They are incredibly good. They are incredibly like practiced and talented and disciplined at convincing other people to give them money. Many of them also believe that that is the basis of a like approach to life or greater morality or some larger philosophy about how you should be as a person. So they never see a need to change. Many of them are rock stupid, but they are fucking great when it comes to the logistics of business specifically, like globalist capitalist business specifically. I'm not sure they're actually good at even that because it mostly works on getting money from each other. Yeah, but they're still like they are good at it. I think that's like an important thing to reconcile with it is we can't we never want to engage in the same delusion that the Republicans do, that anybody we dislike is like both totally incompetent and a supervillain. They are tremendously competent at that particular narrow field. And because they are competent at that very narrow field and it consumes their entire life, being good at that tricks them into believing that they're good at everything else. This is kind of like the Elon Musk syndrome, where he made a lot of money, in part because he made a good bet on PayPal and it blew up. And he used that to trick himself into believing that he was fucking Tony Stark. And that's happening a million times over and over on like the smaller, more personal scale. It's a financial Dutch rudder. Let me Google something really quick. Yeah, that's pretty funny. What's a Dutch rudder? Nope. I had to Google that off the... Nope, hold on. Yeah, that is pretty funny. Yeah, that is pretty funny. Tuesday, it depends on how extensive the ban is. Yeah, or the ban update is. Okay, so we have to hit a manual ad break in a second before we get on to the next deck, which is going to be Lich. Are you still here? But before then, let's talk about Tuesday. Tuesday is going to be the next episode of Total Drama Tuesday because we are getting a Commander Unban announcement. So that whole stream is going to be talking about what has gotten unbanned, their reasonings for why stuff got unbanned, and if we think they're fucking crazy or not. How long that stream is going to be entirely dependent on how much shit they unban and what they say about it. They haven't confirmed if or how many things are going to be unbanned. I'm sad because what I think is most likely to happen is I think we get Primetime and Coalition Victory back. I don't give a fuck about Coalition Victory. I really don't want Primetime back. Jeweled Lotus, Mana Crypt, and Dockside can all rot in hell. Those cards should rot in hell forever. But I just like... I can't imagine a world where we're like, Primetime's too much and Rhystic Study isn't. That one thought has been haunting my nightmares for like a week. Ever since I heard about the unban announcement, I'm just like, what world could we live in where Rhystic Study's fair and Primetime is too unfair? I think the super safe things are, if they keep Coalition Victory banned, that's crazy. If Coalition Victory... So Luxanu, Tuesday there's going to be a Commander format panel announcement. They said unbans are possible. They said for sure, they said 100% we are not banning anything new. They said based on how the bracket system is going, they are going to consider unbanning things they think can now exist in the ecosystem because of the bracket system. See, Rachel, Primetime, but it counts as 2 game changers, or any permutation of like a super game changer. I hate that shit. I think that will be bad. I think it will get too convoluted too quickly, and I think it will lead to everybody squabbling forever about like, oh, how much better is Rhystic Study than Smothering Tithe than fucking deflecting swat or Jessica's will or whatever, like, we shouldn't do that. But yeah, if they, as bad as Wizards has been about it sometimes, I do think Wizards has at least an oblique understanding of optics, and it would be so fucking stupid to unban any of the stuff that got banned over the death threats. And the format's just better without them. Like, the format is just healthier without Mana Crypt Jeweled Lotus Dockside. I think my Tovalar deck just really needs prime time to succeed, and WotC has an easy choice. Yeah, we're going to hit the manual ad break real quick, and then we're going to do Lich's deck. They should not unban Shahrazad, Luxanu. In fact, they should send you to jail for a week for even suggesting it. I want braids unbanned. Alec, man, no. I saw it. You couldn't be wronger. Absolutely not. Yeah, fuck Paradox Engine too. Like, there's so few things that I think deserve to be unbanned. How likely are you opening Dark Ritual, though? I don't think that matters in the context of unbanning them. Actually, it would be hold on. Actually, it would be pretty based to just unban Black Lotus, because, like, what the fuck would that even do? A little bit, I'd reckon. Potentially, even more than a little bit. If we started letting motherfuckers run around with Black Lotuses. If you can't proxy, though, I mean, nothing but, like, I think the proxy community is growing by the day, and many CEDH communities are already fine with proxying. Like, if you can't proxy, we can just say, like, if anything. That's like, oh, unban everything, but if you can only use it in a cool way, it means literally just as much. Means exactly as much. Whitebread, thank you for the 40-bit cheer. Can I get a free the otter boss? I want him free, but they would just have to retcon him to not be a companion. Good luck, J Dizzy. That's the sound of a Black Lotus approaching your location. That tornado warning, that is somebody approaching your LGS with a Black Lotus commander deck. Cyber Drakel, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend, for the 18th month in a row. Yeah, Banda's companion is like fine. If putting Lutri in like the 99 or just even in the command zone, hell yeah. Free my guy. Skyfool, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Yeah, if they did like, I would also accept that as an apology if they did like Lutri's son and it was a companion that actually required you to have like a Spellslinger deck. Or even they just printed like literally Commander Lutri and it required you to have like 40 plus instants or sorceries. I could rock with that. Okay, let's move into Revived Lich's deck. We are now firmly into the silly stuff. This is mainly the funny deck I choose when I want the game to go quickly. Puff the thermonuclear warhead. I immediately love it. Here for a fun time, not a long time. So we have mono red, 7 mana, 5/5, truly horrible creature. On ETB, he deals X damage to each other creature without flying and each player, where X is the number of mountains you control. We can exert him as he attacks for him to gain flying and do a little flap, flap, flap. All right, so I guess the main point of this deck is count to 7, deploy the cannonball. Bigger explosions. Perfect. I'm kind of waffling on insult and injury just because your commander already costs 1 million and we would prefer to do it with mountains anyway. And so waiting extra turns hurts unless we have like a ton of rituals in here to try to pay for insults. Permanent based ones that we can just play like the turn before we play Thember Chad. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. He is definitely too fat to ride the roller coaster, but he will just bring it down on top of the playgroup, so I'm fine with that. No, you're wrong. Actually, dog, I better see the best ramp section I have seen in my entire fucking life if you think this is happening. Jack Card, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub for the 2nd month in a row, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. I appreciate that generosity. There are ways we could work with this, but this is, again, like, at minimum, this is an 11 mana assertion you're making. I don't think you have the credit card limit to pay 11 mana. So I'm questioning these two, but I like the rest. Deck looks like Wile E. Coyote charging up a Spirit Bomb. No, I think it looks like Wile E. Coyote trying to purchase a Spirit Bomb from Acme and his credit card declining. Honey, where's my super nukes? Okay, exile top, draw 3. We play a lot of this deck like we have infinite mana. Okay, Endless Atlas is great. This is wrong. We'll fix you, but this is immediately wrong. Mono red, unless you have some very, very specific graveyard synergies in here. This is like the game is fast because I will scoop in shame. Yeah, let me look at the no. 36 lands. Okay. All right, buddy. Then we have some more impulse draw into the fire. Okay, like self wheel. Then we have at least a little bit of like exile access to our deck. These are reasonably costed. ICBMs. So exile board wipe, good. Fuck the token players, first of all. Ashling, spreading more damage around. Potentially a flying threat, and if we hit ourselves, she'll get bigger. I'm not mad at that. If you play commander with 10 maximum life, I am with you. Otherwise, we're talking about good time, not a long time, and I'm looking at 6 fucking land drops to deal 1 damage. I'm looking at Evil Dead. The game plan here is funny deck, make game end quickly, yes. And I love that dream, and I want that dream to be achieved, and I think Chandra could be like a part of that dream, but I think right now she's kind of indicative of like, we are here for a comatose time. Then we have Chandra's Ignition. I fuck with that. Earthquake, I fuck with that. Hit every player. I don't believe as much in Jaws of Stone. I think we've like... This seems like an instance of going, Themberchad cares about mountains, and so I should put in other things that care about mountains. But like best case scenario, we're gonna distribute like 6 or 7 damage. Magma Quake, Expel. Again, we really just get to float like 10 extra mana out of fucking nowhere, huh? Red Dragon is not unreasonable, but I think Fear of Burning Alive is just straight up better version of this. More damage each player. Again, it's like 3 mana. I mean, I guess in mono red, 3 mana deals 3, 4, 5, 6 is not the worst thing ever. 7 mana equal to number of mountains. Oh no. Oh, the word cloud. The word cloud brainworm really took over here. Stuffy doll I like. We need more land to launch the nuke. Okay, so this is the part where we're going to see if you can actually cash these checks. So sack it to get basic lands to hand, basic land to hand, basic lands 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 to hand. So here's my shit, right? Here's my shit. I semi-believe, good job not allowing life gain, I semi-believe in your ability to land drop reliably. I do not believe in land dropping reliably leading to this actually blowing up the table. I think rearming the nuke is good. I think just do them one at a time, Alec, man. I will gain context as we go. Rearming the nuke is good. Oh, stop playing Magic. Here's all of our interaction. Okay, Price of Progress. Vandal Blast, Scythe Claw, Volcanic... Dog. We... Stop playing Magic? Deal 3 damage at instant speed? We cannot be serious. We cannot be serious. These handcuffs are made out of Laffy Taffy. If this deck is meant to slap people in the fucking face, this thing could star on Will and Grace, bro. What the fuck is happening? Okay, so... Wowza. I fuck with the vision. Right? The issue I have with the execution, it's more for hitting planeswalkers and battles? Who are you playing into? Why do you have regular need to hit a battle? What? What the fuck? What the fuck is happening in Revived Lich's pod? Oh my god, it's a trip to the zoo. But either way, my LGSB weird AF. Either way, a lot of the things we are doing to try to get the game to end quickly, I think only ends games quickly if you are talking about a geologic timescale. Like I'll do a goldfish to check, but if we do this, we will faithless looting against our will just because we have to get to a fucking land drop. Fuck Skullcrack, dude. What? Next turn, we miss a land drop again. We play this. We miss a land drop again. We shoot something just to bottom fucking spawn of Thraxes to draw a card. Thank fuck, man. All right, we get our third land drop. Next turn, we spend our turn searching for a mountain. We play it. We play Sad Robot. It's turn 6, by the way. Sad Robot. We get another land to field. So we can turn off life gain now. But for our, this is, I'm here for a good time. I'm not here for a long time. We have not introduced any type of organized chaos to the game state. We have not introduced a meaningful amount of damage to the game state. We can't interact with anybody who's the threat. We're just we're very on theme for being a slumbering dragon mid-hibernation. But so I tap out to get another tap land. A 7th tap land has hit the tower. At some point, I'll have chump blocked with Solemn Simulacrum. We play another land. So we have 8 lands now. This would have flipped the turn before because we would have had 7 lands on the end step. So this, we can untap somebody else's stuff. So now 8 turns in, we begin sounding the closing call. We hit X equals 8. X equals 8. Deal 8 damage to everybody. Who knows what our life total's at, but we have now dealt 8 damage to the table. Then we can Thember Chad, deal 7 to the table. And that will mostly tap us out. And then we go this, see if we find anything. Hey, fucking mountain, baby. Fucking mountain, no problem, no sweat. Easy fucking game. We can blow up an artifact now if we want to. Swinging Thember Chad doesn't matter, so I'm going to command zone him, shuffle, and flop out. I tap out and I get more basic lands. I play this, sack this, 2 additional mountains hit the fucking tower. Panharmonicon helps the commander exactly as much as you're thinking, but I don't really have a problem with what the commander's doing. So here, this is funny. This is undeniably funny, and this is good for pre-con jail. I do want us to take notice of the fact that it's 11 turns into the game of Commander, and we have put up a 2-2 and a 3-2, and we spent the first 7 turns crying. So, Lich, the reason I think this deck is probably working for you right now is Commander players have tremendously bad threat assessment. If you don't present a threat in the first, 4 or 5 turns, most people will assume that you're just out of the game. And they will hit each other because they feel bad about, straight up killing somebody. So what I would recommend 2 things. I think once Thember Chad comes down, we want shit to absolutely pop off. We want shit to get absolutely crazy once Thember Chad comes down, and we want stuff to happen that is going to... No, well, this is also dependent on you, because you said, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. How committed are you to the business of making sure that motherfuckers feel pain? Because there is an endless number of silly ass cards that you can play that will force the game to move forward, but will probably make it less likely that you as an individual win. Now, things like Repercussion, this shit goes so... Not with this deck. Fuck this deck. This shit goes so hard with Thember Chad because you're hitting everyone else's creatures. So you hit them once for damage, and then you hit all their creatures for Thember Chad damage, and then Repercussion hits them again. Have a good time, Manimu. Thank you for coming by the stream. So this is the type of thing where it will make your deck a lot more effective, but can also make your deck much more openly threatening. You're probably skating by the first 8 highly ineffectual turns of this game because they go like, the mono red player is just fucking hanging out. Who cares? So things like Endless Atlas are fine. Well, I don't know about fine, but they are card draw. My biggest problem with the deck is the stuff that is very aspirationally believing I'm going to have 11 mana at a relevant part of the game. Some other very, very funny things you can do. This is more along the lines of how am I here for a good time and not a long time, and less I am winning with my Thember Chat ability right now. Is War's Toll. I love this guy. I love this dumbass card. It forces all-time banger for mono red end the game, which is force everybody to tap out. Ain't nobody responding to shit in this house. And then if you're swinging everything. Another Hall of Famer with this is Descent into Avernus, to this type of, we're going to speed everything up, and in the course of speeding everything up, you're also going to die. War's Toll is also very on theme for a nuke deck. That's another good point. I don't think the Isengard's thing is about the prevention. I think it's mostly about the doubling. Extraplanar Lens would be good. So I think here's where we're going to skate a very, very specific line. Listen, guys. We have to accept in our hearts that this is a... This is a deck that cannot defend itself. This is not control. This is, I'd call this group slug at the heaviest, but this is not control. However, this is a deck that has tied itself up in the corner and has its nuts hanging out. And if you kick, it will say nothing about it. Mana Barbs, while technically accelerating the game by making people take damage, it's going to make people very precocious about when they spend mana, and more importantly, it's going to make them very angry at you, the Themberchad player, who is waiting probably 5 turns to play a 3/2. So I would not recommend Mana Barbs, particularly if we end up doing like Descent into Avernus and War's Toll. Descent into Avernus is like all the weight that the group chat can hold in terms of silly, funny, haha group slug. I've seen it many, many times where it's like Descent into Avernus, we're all having a funny, we're all having such a silly time. And then you play like one more control piece and you're like, I don't particularly like the attitude that you're bringing to Friday Night Magic, James. I think maybe you should go home and think about playing a different game. So I wouldn't do Mana Barbs even if we want to burn out rather than fade away. I think the closest you can get to it is to do stuff like Repercussion that is going to force people are going to be mad about this, but this one is going to honk so hard with your commander that I think it is a price worth paying. Things that are going to scare the hose and aren't going to be incredible with your commander, don't believe in as much. Other things that I think you should consider for rearming the nuclear warhead, Conjurer's Closet, fine. Also, rather than like Goblin Bombardment, because let's be honest, this fucking sucks, turning my 7 mana 5/5 into 1 damage to a creature or player is such an ineffectual, limp-wristed slap on the hand, I would believe it was a congressional punishment to a Republican criminal. Instead, give me some Jaxus, bro. Copy this motherfucker. Second Themberchad hits the tower, Brother Bear. And then we just sacrifice the extra Themberchad to the legendary rule. And then we get to draw a card off of the Blitz ability. We have Scytheclaw. That's in the deck already, Ruhin. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Delayed Blast Fireball literally sets a clock on taking 5 damage, which would be fun. Yeah, I think this is fine. I think it could replace at least like one thing. I'm not in love with it, but I think a lot of stuff in this deck is so painfully bad that we can find something to replace. Legend rule creatures don't die. That sounds weird. Fuck AI. Yeah, it doesn't count as sacrificing a permanent, but they still die, which still triggers the Blitz. It doesn't matter. I mean, for the purposes of this conversation, them counting as sacrificed is like nothing. We don't care about... So we don't care about whether it counts as a sacrificing thing, though. Luxanu, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. So anyway, Jaxus is perfect. I think there's also like Ortheon, Hero of Lavabrink. Yeah. Oh, this guy's fucking beautiful. Because if you have a normal amount of mana, you get one Themberchad. If you have a pie in the sky 4-hour game amount of mana, you make 5 Themberchads. It's fucking amazing. I don't think we want Needlekin Razorhead. I think that just makes people too angry. I'll tell you what we want. What if we lived in the beautiful world where we might actually play Themberchad ahead of Curve? What if we got to live in a world where putting basics into our hand meant we could actually put an extra basic onto the fucking field? Wouldn't that be neat? Wouldn't that be neat if we could maybe play Magic by turn 5? I feel like that would be so fucked up and crazy, dude. Listen, I'll keep it real. Crazy straws are just straws to a guy with a twisted mind like me, but I think you might be able to see into my dark and demented reality and pick up what I'm putting down. I thought Walking Atlas was too memeing. I think you just didn't appreciate how many turns we land pass anyway. Like, if you were trying to make a, like, straight up, oh no. Okay. Spectacular Showdown, please. Wrong. No. I mean, so this is actually not necessarily wrong. If you are cool with never winning another game of Commander, do this. I have played with Spectacular Showdown quite a lot. Spectacular Showdown does not survive contact with anybody who knows how to do math. The first time you play it, it will be supremely funny. The second time you play it, the entire table will fucking conspire against you to make sure that at least one of them survive. So DMC, there's a line between, like, my first priority isn't winning and I'm cool with basically never winning, which I think that we begin to push towards this because the deck is so bad at putting down a board presence. If we put down any board presence to be double striking with, I would feel differently. But Spectacular Showdown in this deck goes from, like, I want to end the game quickly, maybe I win, who cares, to, like, I'm not winning this fucking game, but one of you is going to have a great time. Yeah, let me look at Surveyor's Scope. Here's my worry about Surveyor's Scope then. Lich, how fucked up is the ramp game at your LGS? Because we're not, like, we were very mana hungry because all of our ramp is playing basic lands. We were not that far behind on land drops. So if we don't have a lot of green players casting a ton of fucking cultivates, we legitimately, like, don't get that many people that will turn on a Surveyor's Scope for us. We looked fucked on mana because we never played a Soul Ring. I rarely see land ramping players. Then I would not recommend this. See terrain generator. DMC, thank you. Oh, I scrolled past your previous 100-bit cheer. Let me look at terrain generator. Would Helm of the Host actually be okay and not unfun in this? So, Ruhin, I don't think we're so deep in wanting to put lands to hand that we can use. Maybe we can use a non-basic for it, actually. So the thing about Helm of the Host is, despite the fact that it is perfect for this deck, your Themberchads are going to Oh, they kill each other. That's kind of funny, actually. I think this non-bow's a little bit because we equip that actually makes it more fair. So if we have Helm of the Host out, and we equip it to Themberchad, we make a new Themberchad. Other Themberchad does not have flying, and so new Themberchad blows up old Themberchad, and then we have to wait a turn to do it again. Legitimately, I think you can play Helm of the Host on that basis, but you have to explain that interaction to your table and tell them like that you have to take a cooldown turn in between because you straight up cannot keep doing it. Nostra's Surveyor's Scope is 100% metagamey, but it is like relatively fair metagaming. And DMC, thank you for the additional 100 biddies. Let me look at these other suggestions. Frontier Warmonger. Oh yeah. Okay. So this is back along the lines of like I'm not pushing the Themberchad game plan quickly as fast as possible, but I'm trying to make stuff happen. Fiendish Duo is another damage doubler, I believe. Which I'm not super convinced that we want a lot of creature-based doublers because Themberchad is just going to blow them to hell. Now, I do think we want Giggling Skitterspike. We want this instantly just to have like a good get-off-me tool. We have Stuffy Doll. I don't know if we have Brash Taunter as well, but I know I saw Stuffy Doll earlier in the deck. Yeah, Stuffy Doll. Yes, we have Brash Taunter and we have Stuffy Doll. Okay, so the stuff I think you should take out for the things that we've talked about here is like Spire Barrage, Spawn of Thraxes, Seismic Strike, Jaws of Stone, honestly, Neheb the Eternal, Hammer of Perforos. Apparently, you need the battle tech. Yeah, so those are the things I would cut immediately. Because you're focused on taking out Spite. I mean, I think it's like, it's not the worst. It is not the worst thing ever. But Lordy, is it far for the best? Another important thing actually to consider about Ortheon is even though this is cool, Ortheon legitimately like can't be played until we've already played Themberchad, which is a strike against them. And so things like Flame Shadow Conjuring may actually be preferable because we won't blow them up with the Themberchad trigger. Yeah, I think we would rather do like Molten Echoes as Crowdell is suggesting. We'd rather do like Molten Echoes and Flame Shadow Conjuring rather than creature-based ways of doubling. I do like the dream. I just want us to be able to participate in the dream faster. And then there's one other... There and back again. I mean, yeah, it ramps on God, does it technically ramp? Boy howdy, does it technically fucking ramp? Redoubled Storm Singer. This will not work with Themberchod, because this guy's gonna die to the Themberchod triggers. So Elikman, we don't necessarily need ramp. What we need is basic lands to hand and field. Like we want to land drop into this motherfucker, or even like Walking Atlas into this motherfucker. But we need the Themberchod hits to be like big and meaty. Another just good card that DMC's called out for making sure the game ends is Insurrection. This is another, maybe Themberchod can't get the job done, but Kyle's board sure can. Gimme. This is another good, like, hey, we've been here 2 hours. Please, God, let me end the game. I don't think we want Enduring Courage. Themberchod attacking is like woefully unimportant compared to the other things we're trying to do in this deck, and I don't think we have any attack triggers that are important enough to care about giving them haste. Insurrection, cringe, fucking all right. Lame ass green player identified. Stompy player who can't deal with having their own creatures attack them identified. Rionia Fire Dancer. Also not going to work. So anything we suggest that is a creature with less than 5 toughness, that would have to be that we would want to like cast before Themberchod, immediately out. Rose Knight, you are not yet too late, but my jaw may legitimately get too tired, and we may have to keep you rescheduled anyway. But I will let you know. I'm not convinced we want Warstorm Surge. We could do Terror of the Peaks, but like, this is just 5 once. This is just 5 damage one time with Themberchod, and we're not yet like ripping multiple Themberchods out. Like, it's just, this is always better as a damage doubler, a Themberchod copier, or a land getter. Okay, on the suggestion of both Pyrohemia and Strike It Rich, we're going to call that the end of the deck because chat is obviously too lost in the motherfucking sauce. Lich, we're going to give you, I think, Greedy Mechanic. I like what you're going for, and I think it can get a little bit better if you bake in all of those suggestions we gave you. But for the most part, it's really, really slow. And we have to understand that it's really, really slow, and we should get some stuff. We should get Giggling Skitter Spike in. We should get other things like Repercussion and Wars Told to kind of kick off the festivities, and especially Descent into Avernus to kick off the festivities before Themberchod hits the table. And then when Themberchod gets there, our big things are, can we copy Themberchod? Can we flicker Themberchod, which in red flicker is just copying him. And then I think it gets a little bit better, and it keeps the spirit of, hey, we are ending this fucking game, you guys. Next, we're going to be doing Shoulda's deck, followed by Dill Flavored. Shoulda, I know you're here. Dill Flavored, are you around? I don't play Descent because my friend only plays Mr. House. Then you're going to spite play this other card. You're going to play this guy. Because fuck that guy. You're still on the list for today, Crab. Sorry, you're just, the order got fucked up because you traded spots with DMC. But this is now your make things happen, man, if you don't want to play Descent into Avernus. Because, like, you give out ramp, you ramp yourself, which you can use for the land stuff. Alright, and now we're doing an ad break, and then we're doing Shoulda's deck. Yeah, if you play against way too many artifact decks, then this guy just gets better and better and better. Thank you, Lich. I hope you enjoyed. And I hope you have a good time with this beautiful, beautiful creation. I'm going to mix some more gamer subs, and then we'll be back up here. Okay, motherfuckers. All right, next is going to be Shoulda's Disaster of the Month. Also, PPW, hit me with that personal question if I missed it. And Abhorrent Ascendants, I think you asked earlier if this was a subscribers only review. This stuff is done from Ko-Fi commissions. So those are going to go on sale on May 4th. We do a free roast stream on May 3rd, but you buy raffle tickets via Twitch points. This fucking sucks. You didn't. Okay. Then I am just going crazy. I thought I saw somebody ask that, and I must have just seen a name roughly as long as yours and thought it was you. Yeah, this blows ass. Primarily because most of the turns we play Themberchod, we are like... we are tapping out for Themberchod, and so this is like, wow, I exiled the top 20 cards of my library. I have no mana to cast them with. I end my turn, and they go away forever. Cool. Goodbye, WinCon. If this even said, like, until the end of your next turn, the card would probably be too good, but we would say, like, yes for this deck. But this being good relies on, like, we have Themberchod out and, like, Conjurer, not even Conjurer's Closet, bro. I don't even know what we would. This is like, we play Themberchod, we play fucking, like, Heat Shimmer, we play, like, a 2 or 3 mana copier, and then we play something. But no, it's terrible. It's truly awful for what we're trying to do. Zoria, we're probably not going to do your custom card review until Tuesday, or maybe we can do it tomorrow, but it's not going to be today. My deepest apologies. Pure hyperbole, count on luck is Phyrexian Arena for mono red. No, it's good. I love this card. Fucking put this in 2-color decks. Red pips aren't hard. It's easy to get red pips. Stop playing shitty utility lands you think are dope and just play Count on Luck. All right. Now we come to the matter at hand. Dearest Maldhound, the mind of Shua is an enigma. At times, he is downgrading precons. At times, he is making 2 effective murder engines. Per the recommendation of his friends, Shua has gone to therapy. Unfortunately, he didn't check the info and went to Dr. Death's counseling center. The Dex cares about having clerics out that die and then help bring back more clerics. If that doesn't work, then what he has dubbed Holy Shotgun will take care of it. I have no faith in the success of this treatment and fear that with the release of Dragonstorm, he will return to Oops All Tarkir. I have therefore resigned. Signed, Shuda's former doctor. So we are playing the entire Catholic Church. I've played Brawl against this man. I know what the fuck you're doing. So whenever Cleric die, what if Cleric back? And that is now the premise for what I'm sure are 99 of the worst cards I've ever seen. Church Graveyard Shenanigans. Sack Outlet, reasonable. Graveyard Tutor, reasonable. Low mana Recursion. No. If you had a creature die, gain that much life, and put that many 1/1 counters on stuff. Possible. Non-token, non-angel dies, return it with a 1/1 counter, and it has flying. That shit honks, actually. Okay. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Hey, I think Confessor is a cleric. We could run that here. Thank you so much, DMC. It's going to look like you've been banned, though. It's going to look like you've been removed from the channel. You fuck ass. We're not putting Confessor in the deck. I'm sorry. I got a little tense there. It's all love now. I think that's important. It's all love now. 36 creatures, 35 are clerics. You know I hate Kindred decks, shoulda. We'll dig into that a little bit later. Draw 5 cards. Who needs more? Repeatable draw? Who the fuck is that? I guess. Wow. Okay. Tempt with Bunnies, not a bad card. Secret Rendezvous, not a bad card. Cut a Deal, not a bad card. Corrupted Conviction and Village Rites also work in this deck because, hey, we're getting value back whenever a cleric dies. My shit, right? We gotta have more than this. I don't know what clerics I'm about to see, but if I pull up images of the Vatican in Rome, none of those bitches look like they can fight. I am not convinced that 5 card draw spells are enough if we are just playing a like street performer card trick, but with clerics. It's just like, what if the 2/2 came back? Motherfucker, the dinosaur eats him again. What do you want me to say? But let's see what the clerics do. Let's see what the clerics do. Dutch ovens, beautiful. Not enough, but beautiful. Healing hugs. Life gain, cowardly. Cowardly, cowardly. Holy shotgun. Is we sanguine bond people. Alright, so this is the oh shit button. This is the oh shit button, and it's not even particularly strong. Interaction at Shoulda's table? No way! I think this falls into the same trap that other interaction sections have fallen in, where we have been like woefully irresponsible with everything else we have done. Our win cons, aspirational. Our premise, ridiculous. Our interaction, yanked straight out of ChatGPT. So not only is it's not enough, but especially if you're bringing a low amount of interaction, this is where we get one-sided. If our interaction is very limited, all of them need to feel hyper fucking impactful. This is the puff deck. Hold on. I doubt very many of our games are going to get decided by your inability to snipe one creature turn 1. I think a lot of games will get decided by like turn 6 to 8 gridlock, where being able to have a one-sided board wipe, being able to have something like Council's Judgment, being able to have something like Grasp of Fate that is going to remove something for every player and won't even leave it up to a vote. Those are all incredibly powerful. But let's look at... There's no vampires in Command and Conquer. God damn it. Alright, he's technically a cleric. Fine. Fine, he's technically a fucking cleric. Shoulda discovers Kindred. And in keeping with Kindred, picks the literal worst parts of Kindred. Nice board, shame though. See, this is almost good. We're so close that we put the board wipe section right next to the Kindred section, and we didn't play the fucking Kindred board wipe. Lieutenant. Good. Oh, thank fuck. I was so worried that you weren't going to be a hypocrite, and you were actually going to, like, hold fast to everything being a cleric. And this is great, because this is the foot in the door that I need to make you play some good creatures. The therapy failed. Dragon Throne of Tarkir. Do we have... I can't believe I'm going to say this. Do we even have good targets for the Cuck Chair? I'm not against it in terms of making the board wide, but we have better targets than a 3/3 for the Cuck Chair, right? 2, 3, 3, 4, 3, 4, 2, 2. Oh, guess we don't. Cool. All right, good. No, 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 we don't. Top one answer on the board. Show me cleric. Let's see what clerics you have. We can sack something to gain life. We can sack something to exile a creature if we have a lot of life. We can prevent damage to a player for having a lot of clerics. We can recur something on attack. This is actually quite good if we begin trying to do these like short little reanimation loops. Gain life for clerics entering and grow this guy for that life gain. Multimodal. Most of the modes are bad. Demon's Disciple. Okay, so Edict effect, but says cleric on it. Recursion effect on cleric, which, okay, these are the cards that can actually get really fucked up because we sacrifice them to get something expensive back and their death trigger gets something cheap back, which is fucking great. I like Drana. That's just a good card. Ramp for clerics, which honestly in this deck is not unreasonable. Counter. I don't believe in that. Yeah, some cleric based control. This is good. At minimum, we can like flicker this over and over to like pseudo fog one creature. Guide of Souls is fine. It's really just like life gain. Reanimation stuff, that's good. Gain life, draw a card. Hey, it says, God, oh, that hurts my chest, but it says draw a card on it. Actual good card, hell yeah. We get a Liliana. This seems bad, but she is a baddie that says cleric on it, and I think that's like the whole... That seems like the whole sauce on this particular pasta. Sack for mana, sure. Graveyard hate for no reason. Just fucking take yourself out on your own terms. Gain life based on the cleric. Scamfire Shadow Sage. Each opponent loses X, where X is the greatest number of creatures you control that have a creature type in common. Dope. It's good. Gain life on creatures entering. Gain life on creatures entering. Okay. Before we go to the goldfish, let me talk about broad spectrum what I think is wrong with this deck. And it's what's wrong with a lot of Kindred decks, which is most of the shit in here is in here. Well, this is a Union deck, actually, rather than a Kindred deck, because it's clerics, and that is a job rather than a, like, it's a type line, but whatever. This is a cleric Union deck. And we have a bunch of, like, really fucking bad cards in here because they say cleric on them, and we hope that they are going to contribute at least obliquely to the game plan. We don't have a hierarchy. Right now we have kind of a halfway failed cult. We have this guy at the top, we have a second in command, and then we have 33 people all shouting over each other to notice me senpai. What I think would benefit us greatly is to pick who are the best clerics. We must construct a church. We must construct a full church that can abuse and benefit from the best clerics we have access to, that it actually makes sense to build around. Because like Dawnbringer cleric, this man is a goddamn front desk attendant. We barely give a fuck about it. This is a church of numbnuts. That is true, and also even silly decks we want to play Magic, like Tabarax has a little bit of potential, because Tabaraks will turn our dead clerics into card draw. There's also the reason of like, or not the reason, but there's the argument of, why is this kindred? Is it the neuron activation of triggering, saying aura as many, many times as we can? Because that limits us in a lot of ways that I never find interesting. I think every kindred deck sucks. Whatever kindred deck you have that you think is sick as shit, I'm sorry to tell you, is bad. It was entirely the neuron activation. Okay, so then what I'm going to present to you for better neuron activation, rather than everything being a cleric, we should focus in on these sort of like doomed necromancer synergies where we can double or triple dip on our reanimation triggers. And so if we have a graveyard entombing thing, and we're using things like Sun Titan, like if we reanimate Sun Titan and then we use Sun Titan's reanimation trigger to get doomed necromancer back, that's some sick fucking neuron activation, and holy shit, we might be able to play good cards. Wouldn't that be... that would be fucked up, huh? DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Except Minotaurs, kindred Minotaurs, fuck. Please keep your weekend plans out of the Twitch stream, DMC. And so, like, Selfless Spirit is okay, because it's going to give us some element of protection. Rotlung Reanimator, we could build around something like this, but we're kind of getting pulled in the multiple directions of, what if I gained life without a tremendously solid payoff? What if I got 1/1 counters sometimes without a tremendously solid payoff? What if I had attack triggers for a bunch of creatures that were really bad at attacking? And what if I never drew cards in my whole fucking life? That part's just you. That's not kindred. But we're going to fix all of it. So things like Tabaraks, super believe in. Where was it? I saw another guy that I thought was like halfway to useful. Where was he? Shadow Rite Priest. If this is a church to numbnuts, I think we should make it a cult, and I think we should get some other very, very good creatures that the priests can summon. We still need to have a very, very high density of clerics for the aura stuff to work, but I think going like, it's just all gonna say cleric on it is actually limiting our creativity rather than, fuck, Sundere already knows where I'm going. This is now a Valkavoth deck. If this is a church, this is who they're praying to. But I think every life gain synergy you have in this deck is blown out of the fucking water by either reanimating or cheating out Valgavoth with one of your cleric pieces. Brushwag, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Yeah, like cleric summoning demons is great. Why aren't we just doing Shadowborn Apostle? Presumably because we want the deck to have more flexible play patterns than just that. Because like if we edit this a little bit with maybe like 5 to 10 legitimate things to play that aren't clerics, we can still stay mostly focused on the neuron activation of aura. Whereas if we play Shadowborn Apostle, aura basically doesn't matter. Because we can't use Shadowborn Apostles to recur other Shadowborn Apostles. And it just becomes like, hey, shoot these creatures before I get 6 or I'm going to cheat something big out. Versus we can actually get some like little loops going. We can get some value engines going. We could do stuff that matters. Hell yeah, Draw Me Bug. I'm also not a I'm not a tremendous believer in the life gain thing unless when you gain life put that many counters. There's one angel in particular where I'm like, yeah, this would be fucked up and I would hate it, but I've promised to help you. So there's Nykthos Paragon. There's an angel that does this. I swear to God, there is an angel that does this, Nykthos. Archangel of Thune. Thank you. So if you want to be like firm on cult flavor, I think you go like angels and demons, and we use the clerics to cheat out big things. So we use things like Doomed Necromancer to cheat out very, very useful angels and demons, and then we use the aura triggers to loop these necromancers back out. And then this like cleric life gain matters, and you can beat motherfuckers to death. Versus like, the cleric life gain might matter if the holy hand grenade ever comes together. Maybe one day. Valgavoth's Faithful is not in here, and I think it should be. Yeah, like we want Valgavoth's Faithful. I think that also, can we... So let me also talk to you about creepy cult dog. All cults have creepy dogs. We know this as a rule, where a ton of the stuff we're playing is going to be little worthless dipshits. And so being able to dig through our deck faster and faster to fill stuff for aura to reanimate is going to be super great. Like Orzhov, mill yourself a little bit is going to be really, really hot for you. And that is the direction I think you should go. That's going to make it a lot more satisfying, because then we're going to get good aura loops, and the aura loops are going to end up with like a meaningful effect on board rather than just like neuron activation for neuron activation's sake. We have Elas Il-Kor, so I'll play this, and I'll play this. Turn 3. Now, let's pretend that we're living in the world where you have taken my sage and wise advice. I'm going to bury it alive. The targets would be like, we'll say Edgewalker's Valgavoth, we'll say Ailey is Valgavoth's Faithful, and we will say we need like a 2-mana cleric to get back Valgavoth's Faithful. And Doomed Necromancer. So Doomed Necromancer is starring as himself. These are all in the graveyard. I'm going to keep them off to the side to not fuck up turning them around. We're not going to get aura mana, but we are going to get that draw. Jesus Christ, man. We sack Inspiring Overseer to float 3 to play aura for 1. We also drop Priest of the Forgotten Gods, and we get to Scry. We're going to keep that on top. Yeah, 34 fucking land moment. But then we get to this part. We sack this for 3 black. We bring back Valgavoth's Faithful. We use 1 black and the 3 floating to sacrifice Valgavoth's Faithful. The aura trigger goes to nothing. We get Valgavoth. We did it. And then if like they shoot aura, we take either Doomed Necromancer or we take Priest of the Forgotten Gods. Priest of the Forgotten Gods back. Or like they exile Valgavoth or something. Who cares? Then we can start going, let's see. Probably play this guy. We gain 3 life. But we mostly play him just to Corrupted Conviction him, to grab back Priest of the Forgotten Gods, draw 2. Sack Priest of the Forgotten Gods for 1 to get Valgavoth's Faithful back, to bring back Skemfar Shadow Sage, gain more life. That's goddamn neuron activation. Okay? That shit works. That shit works, and you will have a good time. So I think you need more good targets than just Valgavoth, but I think that is mostly Primer, my lord. About the for next deck, I do want to see the iteration of Oops All Tarkir. That does make me quite happy. Because I think Oops All Tarkir, when you include Dragonstorm, is actually like pretty fucking hot. But that is what I would do. I think the additional value engine pieces you need is, I think you don't need as much of it to be clerics, but I think you need more things to fill the graveyard with your good clerics. You need more big things to reanimate into or sacrifice into. You could do Vein Ripper. A lot of your loops involve a lot of things dying. And so you could use that to like ping people down and keep your life up. If nothing else, it is a big flying fuck you guy. GTG Maximo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, my friend. Welcome back to Dog Heaven. And thank you for that 3rd month in a row with Tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the Dog Home. Redemption Choir and Solemn Doom Guide should be in. This is very possible, yeah. I think it's like our board has to be wide enough that we're probably already winning, but it's totally reasonable. Wolf! What's up, Goat? Thank you for the raid, my friend. Solemn Doom Guide. Also very possible. Exile worries me because a lot of our synergies rely on using over and over and over. But yeah, definitely possible. Villas and Razaketh are fucked up and crazy. But other good options for the cult to summon, like Archon of Cruelty. Hey, look at that. Big fucked up Nazgul S demon. Guess what? That's perfect. Hey, look at that. Big literal demon. So I think you have a ton of great options for what you can do with cult summoning. It allows you to give a little bit more flavor to the deck itself, and it's going to let your value engine actually result in value rather than just being like a halfway made dopamine engine. We already have Metamorphosis Fanatic. For anybody wondering, hey, where the fuck is Metamorphosis Fanatic? It's right here. So absolutely, as always, Greedy Soap Opera, you never fail to pick the worst radiators to handcuff yourself to the very best. And I think you have a good shell here. I think the needle is just a little bit too far into the my commander says clerics, and so they're all going to be clerics, when we could go a little bit into like, oh my god, clerics can kind of cheat at magic a little bit. If you're opening up if we open up the creature types a little bit, how about a 3rd instance of no, actually it didn't die? This will also enable a ridiculous number of value loops where you just get 2nd instance of all the things you sacrificed. No, Sundere, that is what goes wrong with every with every goddamn Kindred deck. We don't have to include a card just because it says the creature type on it. We want to have things that say creature type on it and do very good things for us. I don't think we need Hell's Caretaker. I think we have other good options. Hello, Beeps. You're wrong, and we're gonna fix you in time. What about Aetherioses? Oh, thank you, baby. My life's good, motherfuckers. Look what Z made. Look at it, Beeps. Look at it, Beeps. I don't really like the Aetherioses. I feel like they are a win more rather than make win. Or, like, I think everything should be like cleric flavor or big fucked up threat. I would definitely prefer it if all of our value engines were clerics or cleric cult targets. Like, I guess the coin counters could get fucked up if we reanimate him. So maybe this one. But they just, they feel so overplayed. All right, we're going to hit a 90-second ad break. And then we have Dill Flavored. Are you here? If you're not here, we're going to be doing Crab's deck next. It's a god, but it's a shitty ones to tie. Do we want to be Protestant? Because we can. Excellent, Dill. Then you'll be going next, and we'll be finishing up with Crab's new deck. The clerics are worshipping something. I have been very clear. The clerics are worshipping the Valgavussi. How many times do we have to say that? I'll keep saying it. They're worshiping the Valgavussi. Not God, not Yahweh, not Muhammad. The Valgavussi. Aetherios, please. Please. Ridiculous. Thank you, Nate. Yeah, Church of Valgavoth. The Church of Valgavoth is a hard fucking deck name. You sit down, you say, oh, this is my deck, the Church of Valgavoth. Who's mad at that? Everybody, but for the right reasons. Come on. Sounds lit as fuck. I know my shit. I know my shit. And then, Brushwag, I know we had a personal question from you. I'm going to scroll back up to find it, but if you could either repost it or type it for the first time, if you were waiting for me to address it. But I'm looking back to try to find it in Twitch chat myself. My buddy just started playing Magic with us, and he decided to build his own deck. Hold on. My buddy just started playing Magic with us, and he decided to build his own deck, untap, and IDK had to teach him to brew responsibly. He just brewed a Silas and Timna deck with 8 game changers and 8 hard tutors that would cost 1K in paper. I gotta teach this man's to brew responsibly. Okay. This is a very difficult problem that a lot of people go through. This is the kind of like awkward teen stage of being a Magic player where you start playing and you learn, hey, there are some really fucked up cards available in this game. Some people go to that like a moth to a flame. Some people really don't like it. I learned relatively quickly that I didn't really like those power levels. A critical thing is you have to let those people play that power level
and you have to meet them where they're at. Some people just like higher power magic. They're wrong. I don't know what's wrong with them. I don't know how to fix them, but I know that they exist, and I still even care about some of them. What will never fix it is if they build those decks and then you go, no, that deck's unfun. No, that deck's irresponsible. No, you suck for Googling good cards. What you should do is just meet him where he's at. It sounds like he net decked a CEDH or near CEDH list. Play that shit into him. If he then says that your deck is bullshit, then you can have an adult conversation about, bro, I brought the same energy you were bringing. If they're like, that was fucking awesome, win or lose, you have a monster on your hands. You're going to need a tranquilizer, some incense, some garlic, and a really big wooden stake. But they might just like it. Like, I know people in my life who are like, I just like the stronger cards. I don't care if I get blown. Well, you know, I'm trying to win the game, but I don't get butthurt if I get blown out by them when I'm playing against them. I just prefer the stronger effects. But the way that it takes the longest and is the least satisfying is if you try to like teach them a little bit at a time. Like if you try to pressure them into changing their behavior, they're going to rail against you. But if you just go like, oh, are we net decking crazy shit? Let's net deck crazy shit. Then that will actually teach them whether they like it or not. Versus if you're like, oh, my friend net decked, my friend has Googled all of the best Esper cards and is playing a really good Esper deck. I must find a way to outplay him on a pilot level while still playing my budget bracket 3 casual deck. That's never going to work out how you want it to. But you can meet them in bracket 4 and you can beat the fuck out of them, and then they can actually get a deeper understanding of if they like high power or if they just like the power fantasy of playing better cards than everybody else. In my experience, the guys that do this never actually know how to pilot their net deck. Yeah, and I think part of the point of that is to learn. Like, I net decked all of my initial decks in Magic, and it helped me learn how to be a better player much more quickly than if I had tried to, like, fucking suffer through brewing my own deck and then failing with that too. Because you can... One of the best guardrails you can provide for a new player is to give them 100% confidence that the deck list is good. So many people in Magic get wildly lost in the sauce of nitpicking every individual card choice, and a massive, massive help you can provide to your friends who are trying to get into Magic is to present them a deck where you're like, I promise you, this deck is good. If the deck seems like it sucks, you are mulliganing incorrectly, you are playing your cards in the wrong order, or you don't understand when it's a good time to play a threat versus ramp or something like that. Versus if they have to do all those calculations and be like, oh my god, did I play a 5-mana ramp option when I should have played a 1-mana ramp option into a 3-mana card draw it's like, it's too much. It's too much. So I think it's fine that your friend is getting kind of deep into these like high power deck lists. I would recommend meeting them where they are rather than figuring out how to like pull them back down. If they want to come back down, they will come back down naturally after you play high power with them. James, you should be jealous of the food. My girlfriend Z is a blessing upon my life and the best cook I have ever met. It's fucked up and evil. All right, next. We have Dill Flavored Silly Deck. This is a bracket 1 deck. Just straight downhill. I decided I want to build a showcase deck around my set of Tomb Raider Secret Layers because why have them if I'm not going to play with them? I'm also building a series of decks centered around LGBT characters and decided to combine the two because Temur has the most lesbians available out of any 3-color combo I could find that also had a legal sapphic commander. The goal is for me to be able to play it at bracket 2/low bracket 3 without getting absolutely run over. Winning doesn't matter, but I want to feel like I'm at least participating and maybe have an impact. If I can kill one player, I'll be happy. Voltron's the easiest to build, though I feel I've cut too many artifacts for it to be real. I also think I need more self-mill and recursion, and I'd love to be able to move this away from Voltron, but I'm not sure where to go with it if I do. I have 2 restrictions set in stone. Deck must have at least 1 copy of every named sapphic character in Temur as either a creature or planeswalker. As long as they are named, it counts. Halana and Elena counts for both, but does not preclude the inclusion of Elena Kessig Trapper, for instance. The only creatures allowed are named sapphic characters or artifacts. Artifact creatures clearly depicting other living creatures are not allowed. We are not making it to bracket 2 with that. I think you've got some things to work out in a gender studies class, but perhaps we can work it out on this live stream. The first thing I'm going to bring up, okay, Lara Croft and the sword-loving lesbians, I'm kind of back in just off the name. But the first thing I'm going to bring up is you told me 2 really good themes. You told me Lara Croft showcase deck, and you told me as many lesbians as possible. Before I even look at the list, I am instantly confused why these things have to happen at the exact same time. I even think you could do Lara Croft and the sword-loving lesbians without, but disentangling the, like, everything is a Tomb Raider secret lair. Okay, the lesbians are more important. Then I'm going to focus on Lara Croft and the lesbians. So we have 3 mana first strike reach. Yeah, like, I mean, Dill, if we're going for let's make a sapphic deck, I'm super down for Lara Croft to be the commander of the sapphic deck. Whenever somebody goes like, I had this great idea and I had this great idea, so I made them a turducken to make the idea even better, that always ends in ruin. Anytime you have 2 great ideas and then have the thought, I could do this at the same time, you're wrong. That's a PSA for everybody. You're wrong. So I'm going to focus on the lesbian part because I love that. Great deck for my mom. So whenever Lara Croft attacks, exile a legendary artifact or a legendary land card from a graveyard, put a discovery counter on it. You may play a card from exile with a discovery counter on it this turn. At the end of combat on your turn, if you attacked, make a treasure. Okay. So with the rules that we have set in stone, are enchantments like Buck Wild, do whatever? Or is everything has to somehow relate to lesbianism? Never mind. I don't know if this lizard is a confirmed lesbian, but I'm going to guess that enchantments are whatever. Then we have Brass Squire. Is Brass Squire sapphic? What were the rules? Mir are all lesbian. Bro is this is clear. All right. This is some this is some broad interpretation of the rules. Bro is clearly alive. I'm going to make you watch fucking Wall-E. Okay. Hammer of Nazan. So legendary artifacts aren't unreasonable. I legitimately think the most difficult part of this deck will be deciding bracket 1 versus bracket 2. Does player sexual count? So we have Kate. So let me identify all the lesbians and see if there are any other build around lesbians we can focus on. On attack, draw, discard, also cares about having high mana values. Cares about multiple combats, so attacking. Cares about combat damage. So we care about getting swings through. We can copy things that target Bill Potts. I think that sucks. This sucks. This sucks. This is good. Cares about counters and swinging. Kind of cares about graveyard stuff. Like, I'm trying to identify who are we just like not paying attention to in the functionality part, and who like who's here just because they're a lesbian. Jenny Flint. If we could get clues or food going on, so with Piper, this like does half of something. This is all right. So help me help me understand something else, Dill. What is the point at which we can cut a sapphic character for a land? Because Corlessa, Scale Slinger, how many dragons do we have? 2. It's not never, because we would have more creatures and fewer lands, is the thing. Like in the selection process, are there really only 16 sapphic characters in Temur? Because when I see the number, this seems to me like we've already done pre-cutting. But if this is legitimately the complete list of Temur lesbians, then okay. Then these 16 will be set in stone, and I will just pretend that Corlessa doesn't exist. The arbiter of sexuality is Scryfall. Art equals sapphic. That's the complete list of names. Okay. So we can exile stuff. So we care kind of about casting for exile. Casting from exile. Terrible, terrible. Okay. Priceless artifacts. I feel like these can be priced and can mostly be priced at like $1.50. Except Henge is great. Sealy needs Huatli somehow. Why is there an Uzi in this 1,000-year-old temple? We have Aggravated Assault, Blackblade Reforged, Excalibur, Hammer of Nazan, Cauldra Compliate, Luxior, Reaver Cleaver, Grim Whisper, which is Bow of Nylea. Fuck, man. This is the greatest test of my career. Okay, first and foremost, what we should do is we should have more card draw that is card selection. My first mode of attack to convince you of this is going to be that this has some sapphic characters on it, but there are so many things that we might draw and is like, you deserve to be on the deck list. You never deserve to touch the board. So if we have stuff that has to be in the deck because it's an art project, the best way to course correct from that is to have the blue. Chandra's sapphic then. Chandra's enough. Who gives a fuck? They don't both like. If Chandra is not enough, you are all crazy. Chandra's on the art card eligible. They don't have to be kissing each other for it to fucking qualify. Anyway, what we desperately want is to be able to discard some of these terrible fucking creatures. And that's mainly stuff like Corlessa, Nissa, Ovia. Is there a reason we did not take... other Ovia probably just scares the hoes. Yeah, like Renari. Oh my god, the other dragon is also worthless. We should legitimately get... Well, do we want... We have 21 creatures. That's not a ton. No pockets, infinite bullets. My fucking god. No pockets, infinite bullets. All my bullets are bottle caps that I'm throwing at you. That's true. What is the bar specifically such that neither Jolene is clearing the mark? Null Elemental Blast is presumably here because this person's brain melted halfway through developing the deck list. The bar is canonically sapphic. Okay. So they're not... And it can't be a creature if they're not okay, so we need non-creature stuff. So we need every version of fucking Cathartic Reunion to discard shit. Let me see if there's other legendary artifacts that it would be worth recurring. Oh, not text. Type. Nope, not colors. I need commanders. +3, +0. First strike is not the worst thing ever. Okay. No, permanent we control wouldn't cover self-mill, so I don't think we have anything fucked up to do with Aetherworks Marvel. Okay, maybe Anduril. Anduril might be able to convert to a board state at some point. +3, +1. We're gonna have legendary. So I like Anduril. I like other Anduril as well. I like Bitterthorn. Wait, does Bitterthorn pass the non-living thing because it's a Phyrexian robot, or do you consider this a living creature? This legitimately may be fucking Shamil time. Because, like, I think a core aspect of bracket 1 when you're trying to break into bracket 2 is if none of my stuff can be good, boy howdy, do I need to get my hands on more stuff. Good fucking God, do I need to find a way to have more stuff on the fucking field. These are all whatever. Heroes Podium is almost okay. Lost Jute isn't The worst thing ever. I think Mont Atlanti could be useful for you. Yeah, from a graveyard. So I would recommend Matzalanti for card selection. Card selection as well, because it's a legendary that we can hit if we do have to discard it. And then once it's on the field, we can continue discarding other legendaries. Okay, so I think most of the considering pile needs to come in then. This is a fucking creature. Okay, so we need to figure out what to cut. Bushwhack, quite bad. Null Elemental Blast, quite bad. Submerge, quite bad. Chandra's Ignition, I think quite bad in this deck. I don't really believe you will survive it. Storms of Yamatai, I also don't believe in because I think very few or relatively few of your creatures get to survive this. Vandal Blast is fine. Heart of the Explorer seems like one of these things that deserves to die. So like the Tomb Raider stuff deserves to die such that the lesbians can live. Yeah, Crystal Skull, also not good. Felwar Stone is fine, but I think Felwar Stone, this is one where I would just like swap it for the Bitterthorn Animus. I straight up cut Soul Ring. It is not legendary. Most of your deck is more worried about pip cost than it's worried about just getting 2 additional colorless onto the field. Totex Spear is really bad. Reaver Cleaver is also quite bad. I think the double swords here are also quite bad because we don't have, because they're non-legendary, and so we're not going to be able to fetch them back with whatever Laura Croft is doing. I also think Luxior sucks pretty hard. Is legendary, but I don't believe in our counter synergies enough to believe that it's truly going to work. Ember Cleave I do think would be a better hit than that. But we also need a way to be more confident that we're actually going to get to these cards. So Palantir is okay. Let me do the gold fishing before I tell you. Hearth and Home is there for a combo. So what's the combo? Because as soon as you're like, as soon as you tell me these cards are in my deck for a combo, you are disqualified from bracket 1. It's not so what is the combo then? What is the, how much do you need? What is the output of the combo? Several extra combats. That still screams to me like well above bracket 1. Like bracket 1 is like, we could do that for bracket 2 if we want to land there, which I think is kind of where we are coming towards. But let me just see how this godforsaken deck currently works out. So we can get red down and a green down. We play this. We have no card selection. But now we have blue. Palantir. They probably mill 2 the first time. Somebody takes 4 damage. We play this. Palantir. Oh, it'd only be mill 1. So we actually would have drawn... Oh, who gives a fuck? They probably would mill again. They lose 4. We can... So we can make Lara Croft indestructible. Five, 4 that achieves nothing else. We could gamble. Oh, this is hurting my head. Okay, we would also get a treasure token because we had attacked the previous turn. Now, what the hell would I tutor for? Is there even like... Hold on, let me pull the deck list up next to the playtest. Maybe Karlach? So yeah, all 16 of our creatures are just like dead on the ground, unhelpful to us. We could do the Indomitable, because now we have Hammer of Nazan's giving us flying, right? Nope, +2/+0, indestructible, not flying. Crystal Skull's not going to matter. This legitimately might just be like Chameel, hope for the best. So we pretend tutor for Chameel. We discard Vandal Blast, who gives a fuck, but we have Chameel in our hand, and the next turn we play Chameel, and then we discover 5. We thought cast. Excellent. Excellent. Perfect. Perfect. Sword of Hearth and Home. So we could flicker, but we're probably not going to. We swing her again. We get to tutor a land card to field. Discover 5. And we get Luxior with a board full of creatures who have, or with a board with one creature who has not a single counter on it. Oh, my neck hurts. This is a fucking car crash. Okay, how do we save it? How do we... Jaws of Life. Jaws of Life. Triage. Save the children first. So... I'm going to undo the tags for a moment. So we have 20 creatures. None of these matter. I don't believe in Chandra's Ignition. I don't believe in Storms of Yamatai. I also don't particularly believe in Thoughtcast. Vandal Blast at least can answer widely. We probably do need Farseek. Huatli's Final Strike is not totally unplayable. I think the extra combat stuff is kind of a trap, preventing us from getting to preventing us from getting to like our first combat mattering. Another trap that I think is being committed against us is because Lara Croft can do this every single time she attacks. It looks like we've tried to get a ton of potential targets so that we always have something to do. I don't believe that that is correct. I think we should have a small number of targets that we are like really, really happy about, and everything else can get fucked. So I think things we're not tremendously happy about, I think we like that. So Crystal Skull. I am legitimately not a massive... Now, it gets them to 2 swings they're lethal, but I am not a big believer in Excalibur converting right now, based on the gold fishing we just did. Also not a believer in Luxior. I'm not a massive believer... Well, Palantir is legendary at least, so if we mill it, it's fine. Not a believer in Soul Ring for what we're trying to do. Not a believer in either of these swords. I am okay with Sword of the Animist. I am okay with Great Henge. I don't believe in Bow of Nylea. Reaver Cleaver's not the worst thing ever, but I also don't believe in Totek's Spear. So that's a good number of cuts for, I think, like Chimele, Bitterthorn. I believe less in the Andurils after seeing how the deck plays, and I think what we probably need more of is like fucking Mesmeric Orb. I also think we want to fuck up this land base with a ton of legendary Temur lands, because another thing we want to be able to do is we want to be able to use lands that we have in our hand to fuel like the Cathartic Reunion-esque cards. So let's see how terrible these are. We could probably afford to run Gaia Reach Sanitarium. Hot diggity shit, these are bad. We could also run Makokoro. Nykthos isn't going to be amazing. I would run Mines of More. Oh yeah, let me look at... Oh yeah, never mind. We already have these fucked up. Okay, so you're already on... These lands are going to be legendary whenever possible. I think then we need better... We need better ways to mill. Because we don't have... Like, if I look at how the deck's playing, we can get... Hell yeah, Ketria Triome. Hell yeah, Farseek. I get a Forest. Hell yeah, I've played my Commander. And a Soul Ring and a Boots, because I'm a maniac. And now it's like... I can swing my Commander. I can maybe make a treasure token. I can't spend that treasure token on anything particularly useful. My Commander's attack trigger is also not going to be spent on anything useful because my graveyard is not full. So what... Lemon, I can, because I said so. So how about you just stick that in your fucking pipe and smoke it. So let's go to the zoo and see what people are doing for Temur Self-Mill. That has to exist. Oh, hold on. I think I do... We do self-mill. So there are some like baseline good cards. We could do like Satyr Wayfinder. Oh wait, no, it's a creature that's not Sapphic. My fault. We can't fucking do that because we're too busy being taped to the radiator. You can filter by 3 color. Hold on. Teamier. Okay. Let's see what other Lara Croft people are doing. Will of the Sultai, if we can get other good self-mill in, Will of the Sultai is legitimately usable. I just can't believe how fucking homophobic WotC is that they're making it this hard for the Sapphic players to win. So there's Matsatlanti, which we already talked about. I mean, like, yeah, you could just chuck the One Ring in and hope for the best. Thank you, Evil Dead, for that Scryfall syntax. Altar of Dementia's quite bad. Could do Animal Magnetism. I'm hearing a recommendation for Poetic Ingenuity. I don't even know if we're like, are we that deep on artifacts? 26. Okay, it's not impossible. We already recommended Mesmeric Orb, Alec Man. Ballad of the Black Flag wouldn't be terrible for you. Like, it's not good, but nothing this deck is doing is approaching good, and this is at least a way to try to mill some land drops. BP, I'm primarily looking at self-mill because Legendary Artifact and Legendary Land is tremendously restrictive. There are some good universal mill options like Mesmeric Orb to try to fill everybody's graveyard. But if we are like, oh, well, what if I mill you and then I rob you using Lara Croft? It's like you're going to rob maybe a Boseiju, and then just an incredible amount of sadness. I think Benefaction of Ronos could also be played. And we can do things like Cache Grab, because these are instants and sorceries. Yeah, so I think that's like the whole way we want to do our card advantage is we do the like green and blue. I get one card out of the top X, and the rest goes into my graveyard. Or we are doing red, rather than even like Thrill of Possibility, I would do like no, actually I don't know if I'd do big score because we don't need treasures. We need like Cathartic Reunion-esque. We need to discard more and we need to draw more. And that's how I would move towards. I would like, what can I do to make my what can I do to make my land drops come out of my graveyard? Bonnie Paul is unfortunately not Sapphic, Harva Hall, so we're going to shoot them in the chest. They are illegal. They are illegal and not allowed. Yeah, if only Hermit Druid was a lesbian. Yeah, we could do this, which just becomes like better than our commander. Ever flowing well in. Okay, if we get permanence in. God, maybe it does so little. They have to canonically be Harball. They can't be like unidentified and presumed lesbian. They have to be canonically a lesbian. But yeah, I think that has to be the final answer on how I think we get this as close to playable as it can be. We have to accept that a full 20% of the deck is unplayable dog shit. That is the price we are paying for the bit, and the only way to try to redeem that is I think we cut the things that are okay, and we only keep the things that feel really, really good to run into. So I think we cut Totek's Spear. I think we cut Reaver Cleaver. We might cut Indomitable, but we definitely cut Grim Whisper. We cut both of these swords. We cut Luxior. You cut Crystal Skull. You could keep Blackblade to be like a Voltron threat. I would cut fucking Blacksmith's talent too. Like, this is just so much. It's just so much money that I don't necessarily believe in. But I would definitely cut Search for Azcanta. I would definitely cut Storms of Yamatai and Chandra's Ignition. And I would definitely cut Null Elemental Blast and Submerge. And we're going to have like... God, we're going to have no interaction. But that's bracket 1, baby. Nope, 6 is a living being and is not canonically sapphic. I mean, this is a tuned soap opera, but this show is terrible. I think we've done probably the best we can do with oh, my eyes are vibrating. I mean, this is having all the same problems that every Kindred deck runs into, but even more so because Wizards at least attempts to design around Kindred. This Wizards, I don't think, has ever made an attempt to design around being sapphic, except for a few Chandra and Nissa cards. So we just have this fucking black hole. To be fair, most of the things in my considering you've resuggested, but I cut to pretend I have interaction at some point. I mean, I think you either have to go no interaction or your only interaction is player removal. But right now it seems like we have... Because in terms of rather than think about it just in interaction, what we're doing is we're on a quest for agency. We are on a quest to try to matter at least a little bit in the Commander game, and the two ways to achieve agency are we can either drive our own game plan forward enough to mean something, or we can interact meaningfully with our opponent's game plans. This deck is so bad. It's so difficult to drive your own game plan forward when there's a 20 card hole in your chest. And so I think you get to pick one. Like either you can interact with this deck or you can have a game plan that you drive forward, because we are sacrificing so much to a bit that does not help us at all that we then don't have room for any of the stuff. And so for like bracket 1, that's totally fine. And we can just do like all lesbians and every art is sapphic on top of the lesbians. But if we wanted to be able to play at bracket 2 or 3, I think you get to play half of the game at bracket 2 or 3, and you can either try to play your game or you can try to be a responsible commander player. But we have set so much of the deck just on fire that I don't think we get both. But I think it can get a little bit better. Like, I think we can pick one. Yeah, unfortunately, Temur Battlecryer is not canonically a lesbian, Senwolf, so that's a great suggestion, but I am going to ban you for it. Tift, we could do Heroes Podium. That's the closest we're going to get to Legendary Overrun, but the problem is all of our legends are creatures, and we have no way of getting our creatures back because Lara Croft is only able to get back goddamn legendary artifacts and legendary lands. Saint Anger, thank you for the 3 months in a row at tier 1. Here to vibe out while I grind out Path of Exile 2. Thank you for coming by the stream, my friend. But yeah, fuck, man. Boy, howdy, that's bad. All right, we're going to turn the haunting background music on, first of all. There is a way to make it work. I mean, the thing is, like, it could kind of if the commander did nothing. If Lara Croft is just here for Temur colors, we could do a very generic Temur pile and do combat damage triggers plus 1/1 counters. If we want Lara Croft to matter, impossible. But Lara Croft could be here to, like, I am Temur and I am a lesbian and that is all I am doing. And then everything else in the deck is like good. Like, we cut just the whole artifact section. We have just like an optimized proxied land base. And then everything is just generic Temur good stuff. But yeah, as other people are saying, at that point, we just run Eshki instead. And so it is also up to, like, do we want Lara Croft to be the commander or can we have Eshki be the commander? Because then Eshki just runs like pile of Temur creatures significantly better. But we need to hit ad break and then we need to hit Crab's deck. So I'll be right back, everybody. Okay. Full disclosure, my deck this month is basically the MTG equivalent of turning in the first draft of a paper at 11:58 on the due date. Absolutely fucking beautiful. Let's see what you did. Let's see what you fucking did, Crab. As a special 420 deck, I have sent in Tovalar is here to blaze with burn effects coming exclusively from other werewolves. No crab score yet. Good, because it's a fake fucking thing. I threw this deck together in about 90 minutes last night after realizing my roast was scheduled for 420. I think crab exists only to cause me pain. Exclusively to submit ridiculous creations. But maybe this will work. It's Gruul. And we want to do burn. So Tovalar blazes up. Vivian Reed. Okay, a little bit of card advantage. Let me see your tags. The main things we need to cover. Tovalar is actually not that bad if you have ways to protect your creatures and keep the swings okay. An overpowering, unmistakable smell. Give everything haste. Give everything trample. Give everything menace. +1/+1 trample. Crew and outlaw. Oh, transform. Oh, she bad though. Hold on. Double strike. Werewolves have menace. Got it. Okay. The only thing I think is like clearly missing from here is shared animosity, which like they're having a bad trip. I think this works. And I don't even know if I would swap this section as much as I would go like, we need more of this stuff. If our werewolves ever get blocked, we piss ourselves. Hotboxing. So multiple. Yep. It's fine. It's good. It's good. Untap all creatures you control during each other player's untap step. Okay, so like pseudo vigilance. I feel like vigilance is the opposite of weed. I feel like this is legitimately a flavor fail on the part of I'm playing, and I realize you did this in like 30 minutes, so I'm not going to be crazy hard on you. But I think if we're like adjusting this deck into a good bit, because I think Tovalar hotboxes the entire forest. Half of the werewolves need to tap to deal direct damage. Christ above. Meeting the dealer, collected company. So this is all of our pseudo card advantage, which is incredibly aspirational about how much mana we're gonna have. Fucking harmonize. No, Joker, that's the Keef. At least you put in enough lands. The grow farm, you put in enough ramp. The fuck is this laced with? So here's our damage doublers. The blunt dog. Do we have 10 cards that are good? Do we have 10 usable cards in this deck? So when win flip, deal direct damage when werewolf dealt damage. Win flip, 2 direct damage, but it's only on transform. Spend 3 mana, get 1 damage. When creature transforms into werewolf ransacker, destroy artifact. If artifact put into a graveyard this way, werewolf ransacker, deal 3 damage to artifact's controller. So all of these are on transform. Our commander can flip them back, but that is... Oh, we have an attack trigger. Thank fuck. Maybe that'll do something. Yeah! Yeah, 2 damage to a player. Okay, Tovalar's Mage Hunter I actually believe in. And then we have like non-creature storm. This almost has to be like the blunt rotation is already limited. The blunt rotation needs a second smaller group chat of like volatile arsonist, shaman, raconteur, and then you do like Gruul Storm. Gruul Storm? Fuck you, don't storm back at me. BP, the commander wants combat damage. This is so far removed from what Tovalar actually wants to do that it's completely disgusting. The only thing I can identify as being related to Tovalar is that Tovalar can auto-transform. Tovalar can auto-transform things if we have enough werewolves. So I will play City of Brass. I will play 3 visits. I will fetch a Bloodstained Mire with 3 visits. I will play a Mountain, and I will play Tovalar. I will play these 2 guys, and I will swing with Tovalar, and I will hope that somebody else is playing Commander very, very badly. I will cast Command Tower, and I will cast Vivian Reed, and I will uptick them to look at the top 4. What do I get out of here? I get a creature or land. Okay. And the rest go to bottom. Play the Lambholt Raconteur. Now my next turn I can flip them because I control 3. 3 wolves. Okay. So first and foremost, this is a tremendous failure. This is a tremendous failure in front of God and everybody. There are definitely ranges to how successful your desire to subvert what a commander explicitly wants to do has been. I think what has the most promise of what is available is doing Gruul Storm, because that is something that Gruul can actually do. It is 100% not something that Tovalar can actually do, or Tovalar wants to do, but you can, like, Secret Commander Lambholt Ravager, and we could do kind of that, like, green self-mill strategy of I just furiously dig through my library to try to find this fucking thing. An integral part of my deck building process is setting a deck down for a month and letting it simmer in my subconscious. This is what happens when I skip that step. Well, you have a funny sentence. This could go in the Smithsonian as a good example of what goes wrong with a bunch of theme decks, which is that you have a funny deck title and you have a funny thought that truly cannot exist in Commander, but what can exist and is kind of tangentially related to this is Gruul Spellslinger. And then that allows us to replace a lot of these, like, weed puns, as funny as they are, with, like, Tovalar but he's is it. I think Tovalar but he's is it is kind of funny and can work, as opposed to Tovalar and he's high. Tovalar but he's high is literally just like he rips a whole blunt super quickly and falls asleep. Yeah, like we have Jessica's Will. We could get so much going with kind of a different shell. Yeah, like Tovalar is literally just a guy swinging by himself to draw you a card to try to set up Gruul Storm. Beyond any one edition, Alec, man, this is like I think, rebuild the core bit. The things I think stay, I think the fuck is this laced with? That gets to stay. I think very little of meeting the dealer gets to stay, but some of it does. And then from the blunt rotation, like, the Raconteur can stay, the Shaman can stay just for, like, additional burn. Like, a little bit of the burn stuff can stay. But I think the burn card that we care about is Werewolf Gutter Snipe. And then I will leave it to Crab to figure out some, like, truly morally incorrect Gruul Storm strategy. But that archetype is at least real. That's at least a real thing. Yeah, and whether the outlet is like Chatterstorm, whether it ends up being like a grape shot deck. I'm pitching Ulvenwald Oddity because I'm glad to be involved. You are no longer involved. I don't think this is part of... I think this is definitely like a bad weed trip. But I don't think this is part of the Gruul Storm strategy that this becomes. I think what this becomes is like... This is your deck. This is you burning that sweet reefer, and that is the central premise of the deck. So right now, I think deck as it is both can't be fixed and has promise. Your deck can contain any number of this card in Gruul are both sorceries. If you show me fucking Slimes Against Humanity Storm in Tovalar, then I think we got something going. Tovalar Slimes, everybody. That's something. But yeah, I think Tovalar does a weed pun I don't believe in as much. So with that, we are going to bring the day to a close. Crab, thank you for submitting a special 420 Blaze It deck. We're going to be live again tomorrow with some additional decks to roast. For now, we are going to raid out. We'll see if our friend 33 Elk is live. Elk is live. We will be raiding 33 Elk. Use the indestructible Justin command, please and thank you. I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for coming by the stream. I hope you're having a good weekend. And please remember to stay toxic. YouTube, that will just be it for us. But I will see you tomorrow.